Did that fix it?
Side, we cultivate and shape nature, manipulate it to fulfill our needs. And from the safety and comfort of our territories, we gaze upon the beauty of nature from afar. From a distance, the vast landscapes of Hyrule are stunning.
Looks good. Fixed it.
Serene.
Also, don't really want to watch that documentary. Alright. Thanks for resub Scour and Lutterbuck. How remarkably frustrating. What a fucking shame. Jesus Christ. Thanks to Tier 1 Pokemon Gambling and the gift sub Tony. I've seen it, Sleepy. I watched it, I think, like last week or something. What'd you do to fix it? I have to log out and log back in because for some reason Twitch keeps desyncing. For some fucking reason. Thanks to Tier 1 J-Rube. Good, 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 good. Now that that's fixed. Thanks to 5 gift subs, Fox. It's such a dumb issue. It really is, man. It really is. It's happened twice in a week now. Yeehaw. Thanks for your sub Darkside, Jeff, and Tier 1. Hey, thanks for Tier 1 Cricks. We still have the documentary queued up. I'm excited to see where it goes. Still have an hour left. Real shame. Hopefully it doesn't do it again, because I would hate to have to fucking restart stream again. Last time it took like 3 tries, so we'll see if we get it in 1. A PB. Thanks to resub J Perry in Tier 1 Twin Tetra. Push through the lag. No fucking way it's lagging again. No fucking shot. Is it? Nope, we're good. Thanks to the resub Lannis and the Prime Zyro. And the resub Lil Uzi Lean. Thoughts on the new Bleach trailer? Looks fine. Story's dog shit though. I read the manga ending. It's garbage. I don't think the anime is going to save that unless they redo that. Here's the resub. Topographic. Have you seen the video of the woman that builds hobbit houses? Here's the resub. Don't leave me and Dwight. Christy Wolf builds underground home and sets rural west... I don't even know what WA is. Hamlet.
$18,000.
It's Washington State.
This property was inexpensive because you can't get any city utilities.
So does she just make the Shire?
Power was integral. I mean...
Oh, fuck yeah.
This house is permitted because it was over the minimum size requirement to have an unpermitted build.
Thanks to the resub,
so
Sam.
This is 288 square feet, which is the largest house that I've built, yet seems the smallest because
And the resub, Slushy.
It's meant to be so cozy. I did have plans.
That's the blueprint? This is like something I would doodle. How do you take this and actually translate it to a house? Or is this just like a sketch of what she thinks it would be cool to look like?
Just plans that I had drawn out on graph
Oh,
paper
here we go.
and done the math myself. So some things did have to change, but for the most part, we worked off of those.
There's a tier 1.
This house
Conga?
is permitted. The county was awesome to work with. You know, I let them know that I was doing this really weird thing, and they hadn't ever done an underground house. We talked through my ideas, and they thought it all sounded good. Came out and checked, and everything was great.
It looks nice. You did a wonderful job.
I read the books, and I've watched the movies. But when I was getting closer to this build, I
How does this go on for
reread
25
everything,
minutes?
And I fact-checked things on Hobbit was a woodworker.
There's a prime Richie and Kid.
So if you step inside, you walk right into
Tier
the
1
bedroom.
Ashen.
I did that because you can lay in bed and look at the fantastic view.
That is a cool view. Middle Earth never looked better. Man, it seems like a lot of people have done this. Thanks for the resub, Dominic. Thanks for the gift sub, Conga. Have you seen the one about the woman who's in a relationship with a carnival ride? Yeah, of course I have. We've seen all of the, like, objectophiles. I don't think there's any we've missed. There's only, like, 500 in the world, too, apparently. Thanks for resub holding it down. That sounds a little serious, Holden. I don't know about that. Guy who married his car? Yep, of course. And the guy that just has like a polyamorous relationship with his car, so he ends up like fucking the director's cars when they went to like film him. He finished on their, I think it was like their hood or something. Seen it all. Have you seen the 3D printed houses? No. Thanks to the Prime, Jonar. Why this 3D printed house will change the world. Well, it's been over a year now. The world's about the same. Actually, it's barely been a year. There's still time.
The idea of 3D printing our buildings is nothing new. Faced with a desperate need to construct
These are
more
some
homes
soup.
faster and in a more efficient way,
No, I haven't
countless
played Ready or Not
innovators
yet.
have found themselves drawn by the idea of being able to quickly print a structure, and have spent years trying to scale the technology. But for all their efforts, that 3D printed world has proven elusive, and many impressive prototypes
that's
have
kind of
struggled to
nice.
become viable for
Oh,
mass
that
production.
looks like Tatooine.
But things have just taken a massive step forward in Germany, with the completion of the first ever 3D printed home to become fully certified under a national government's building regulations.
Thanks to the Prime.
The impact of this moment for construction and for the buildings we all use could be huge.
Was it cool? I didn't know that actually.
With
I didn't
the
know they were
promise of
3D printed.
cutting waste, reducing time on site and addressing labour shortages, some see 3D printing as the answer to many of our world's challenges. Originally used for small-scale prototypes, advances in 3D printing have led to the creation of full-scale structures like bridges and homes, and even plans for mankind's first Martian base. But
3D
while
printing
3D
is
print
really
structures have
fucking
appeared
cool.
around the world, from Canada and the Netherlands to Dubai, which wants to 3D
I really don't
print
think we
a
need
quarter
slow
of its
mode,
new
man.
buildings
It's
by
not
2030.
like crazy or
The
anything.
technology is yet to take off as a widespread building technique. But the completion of this 3D printed house in Beckham, Germany is set to change everything. Developed by leading formwork and scaffolding firm Perry, expert
Nice. That's cool. I don't really need to see a whole a whole explanation of it. I get the concept. They look pretty nice. They're starting to 3D print meat. Yeah, they've been working on that for a while. It's a pretty cool project. Hello, noob. I'm not gonna watch the history of Genghis Khan. Sounds boring. Why the fuck would I just want to watch a history lesson? That's not fun at all. Need something wacky, wild, exciting. This isn't fucking AP history at your high school. The new Jubilee video. That channel sucks now. I used to love Jubilee like 2 years ago. Now it's just always the same kind of video. It's not very interesting. Which one did you want me to see? 6 theater kids versus a fake. Which one? X3, sub whiplash and cheesy. The rich versus poor. Is the economy rigged? Ah, this is what I want to watch.
As a real estate guy, I can make millions of dollars and use the exact same tax loopholes that a Donald Trump would use and pay effectively no tax. And does that make me a bad guy, or did I just study the tax code?
It makes you a bad guy, yeah.
Get fucked, idiot. So why do you want me to watch this? This seems really boring. Thanks for 2 gift subs, Matthew.
Step forward if you agree.
You're telling me this guy's poor? There's no fucking way. This is an actor right here. This guy is definitely not poor. Look at that. This guy's looking nice. He kind of looks like Pedro Pascal. Alright, so you wanted me to see this one? "14 guys compete to date 2 women." Boing and Neutrino.
Hey guys, welcome to the Game of Love. I'm your host Lacey, and this is Dating Dodgeball.
Yeah.
Our 2 beautiful bachelorettes. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm 21. I'm from Redondo Beach, and a fun fact is I love the Happy Face fries from BJ's.
Hi, I'm Jasmine.
What? I don't even know what
I'm
you just
18.
said. What
I'm
did
from
she
Tokyo,
like?
Japan, and I really like baking banana bread, but I don't have an oven, so we're pulling through. All
Man.
right, gentlemen, the rules are simple.
Sometimes the world's just not fair.
You guys are gonna throw a ball at the bachelorette you want to go on a date with, and there's only 4 slots available on your teams, so aim wisely. Also, ladies, if you're feeling someone, go ahead, step up and get hit. But if you're not, dodge those balls.
This is fucking garbage. Why do people still want me to watch Jubilee? It's not fun. Shit's trash. Just actual garbage. They don't do anything interesting. Man, why are you such a douchebag? Because I didn't want to watch the political video you kept spamming? Sorry, others are interested in actual intellectual content. Yeah, man, I'm sure these high schoolers are gonna discuss this on a really intellectual level. I'm sure that'll be pretty insightful. Thanks the Prime Girthy and the resub Chris and Schmalzy. And the resub Psycho. Go back to the houses. Fuck that. I saw plenty of houses. We watched a lot last YouTube night. Some of them were kind of wacky. Thanks to the bit Solrak. When you hit puberty twice. Was that a meme? Oh, hold on, I forgot to click in RuneScape. Thanks to get sub painted. Man, this sounds wonderful. Wow, they got a demon up there. God damn, that guy's awesome. Where is he? Is this guy? His voice just sounds like a fucking flat tire, really. That's awesome. Corpse? Yeah, a little bit. That man's absolutely a demon. Man, this quartet is fantastic. Thanks to the Prime DS, Conky, and the resub JFOC, Fluffy, and Tier 1 Blood Mist. Oh, it's this guy again, but older. Boo! His normal voice isn't that low. That's cool. That guy seems nice. Thanks to Prime Glorious. GDF official. Thanks to resub FedEx. Alright. Is this just your channel? What is this? These are just TikToks. But, well, I mean, we're here anyway. Let's go.
What's up, guys? Today I'm eating birria tacos. Ever heard of them? Well, maybe you have, but I bet you've never heard of the first 9/11.
After being elected president of Chile on September 4th, 1970, Salvador Allende was a dead man. U.S. President Richard Nixon and his national security advisor Henry Kissinger immediately began staging their coup. On September 11th, 1973, their wish was granted. Tanks fired while they rolled down the boulevards toward the presidential palace as fighter jets blew up government buildings. 24 rockets would be fired into the presidential palace. All of this while U.S. naval ships sat offshore and U.S. Air Force patrolled the skies, watching their plan unfold. Salvador Allende's lifeless body would be taken out of the presidential palace in a stretcher. The country was now in the hands of General Augusto Pinochet, and upon seizing control, he had over 1,000 people immediately liquidated and thrown into mass graves. Roughly 13,000 civilians were arrested, thrown into trucks, and imprisoned. Many would be taken to football stadiums in Santiago and put in locker rooms transformed into torture chambers. Pinochet would send his general Sergio Arellano Stark on a helicopter mission known as the Caravan of Death, where he would fly from prison to prison with his roaming death squad.
Didn't Chile just get like a 35-year-old president
Thousands of these prisoners would
who likes
become
Deftones?
disappeared, where people would simply vanish without a trace. With families holding on to hope that their loved ones were still alive, they would never be seen again. By the end of it, 80,000 people would be imprisoned, and more than 3,000 perished.
That was pretty insightful. Those tacos must have slapped, though. All that from a birria taco. God damn. Thanks to resub Gold Rush and Ammonia and Peach. There's no new, like, Ink Master shitty tattoos. We're all caught up. They don't post many new ones. Merry Christmas, Cosmic. Look at the Prime suit. Why this room is the most dangerous place in the world. Thanks for the Prime Squiddy. I'm gonna take a guess before even watching. It's because it's radioactive.
What's radioactive?
I have no idea. I'm just taking a guess. And it absolutely was. I'm a fucking genius.
Expose you to a full year's worth of radiation in just 12 minutes.
That's not that bad. A single CT scan exposes you to 3 years of background radiation. Right? We watched that video from Veritasium. A single CT scan gives you 3 years worth of radiation, I think. Background radiation. I guess this is different.
And the inside is so...
No shot? Yeah, it does. No, it does. An abdominal CT scan gives you, I'm pretty sure it was 3 years worth of your normal about 3 years of background radiation. Oh, my webcam's blocking it. 12 minutes isn't that long, though. A CT scan's not that long. CT scan's less than 12 minutes. Well, I guess depends. Thanks, resub Zelzer. And thanks for the gift sub, MJ. That's fucking nothing, though. The most radioactive people on the planet are smokers. They get more radiation than, like, a CT scan, astronauts, all of that, by a long shot. Daily. So, smoking, like, just literal smoking cigarettes is the most radioactive thing you can possibly do to yourself. Fucking crazy. Yep, more than... Here, I'll bring up the video again. Veritasium explains it better than I do. I'll just skip to the end.
Are exposed to the highest levels of nuclear power disaster. For comparison, U.S. radiation workers are limited to a maximum of 50,000 microsieverts per year.
Zippy.
But that's less than another occupation, astronaut. An
Weird.
astronaut on the space station for 6 months will receive about 80,000 microsieverts worth of radiation. But not even they are exposed to the highest levels of ionizing radiation. So can you guess who is? The answer is a smoker's lungs. A smoker's lungs, on average, receive 160,000 microsieverts worth of radiation every year. That's due to the radioactive polonium and radioactive lead in the tobacco that they're smoking. So not only are they exposed to carcinogens and toxins, they also receive very high levels of radiation. So it's not the people of Fukushima or Chernobyl or radiation workers or even astronauts who receive the highest doses of ionizing radiation. That honor goes to your ordinary, average smoker.
Isn't that fucking crazy? When I heard that, I was blown away. And then I looked it up because I wanted to double check. Pretty much everything I can find confirms that that statement is pretty much true. It's wild. Thanks to the resub. Latiter. Not many people smoke cigarettes anymore, at least not many people I know. So I think it's kind of on its way out. But even still, that's pretty crazy. I just gotta pause for this. Radioactivity is the most fucked up things humans have done. Oh man, I'm gonna have to sit you down here for a second. We didn't make radioactive anything. We didn't create radiation. Every single day you go outside, you are naturally exposed to ionizing radiation from the sun. Radiation is natural. If you're talking about nuclear energy, that's like the literal cleanest energy you can have. The Chernobyl disaster is just a horrible, horrible accident that happened. But we didn't make radiation. That is out there all around you all the time. In fact, a single banana has a not insignificant amount of radiation. It's not dangerous, but it's, you can measure it and it's there. Everything has radiation. Everything is radioactive to like a certain level. So sleep in fear. So that was exactly what I expected it to be. It was mainly just a brief history of Chernobyl, and if you stay in Chernobyl, it's not good. It's always still interesting though. Chernobyl really is a pretty fascinating catastrophe. Thanks to Tier 1 Fat Frog, and the resub Tepis, and give sub Pain. And the bits Imrat and Suit. More real life lore. Looking like what subject? Thanks for the Prime, Mia. Yeah, we're gonna finish the Hobbit video. Like I said, I'm waiting a little bit because I want to make sure like most of the people from last night get a chance to trickle in, finish it with us. Thanks to the bit cease. I would have finished it last night. I was just way too fucking tired. I really was. Thanks to Tier 1 Tyrone. Why only 1 gram of this substance costs $25 billion? Okay, it's 25. Oh no, it's 25 billion. Thanks to the resub Nutella. Potential of antimatter sounds nuts, but I think if we ever did actually have antimatter, we would destroy the entire planet pretty much instantly. Maybe not even on purpose. Thanks to the Prime. Parents Spank Me. Cool name. Crazy UNSC shit? I know, man. %50 the speed of light is really fucking good, though. That is solid. We could get a lot done. The first Medal of Honor. There's a Prime Beardy. Can we watch redneck fighting? It's called I'm a Redneck Cockerham. Okay. Let me look it up real quick. Unboxing from I'm a Redneck Cockerham? What am I looking for? I'm not finding anything besides like product reviews. Oh, here, I found it. Can I even watch this on stream? Here, I'll put it on screen. There, I thought there might be something bad that came up.
Hey! Don't grab my butt! That's my butt!
Oh, this isn't even a real fight. It's like the WWE, but with more Cockerham.
Hey! Well, at least we know y'all like each other. You're holding hands. Watch my earring! What?
There's no rules here.
Did it come out? Did it rip your ear out?
No.
Did you rip your ear ball out?
Hey! Oh, sneak attack!
Hey! The hell?
Nice. That was cool. Exit Tier 1 Dino. Give sub Fish and the resub Vinlinus. And the Tier 1 Joseph the Fourth. What's the most deadly substance in the world? Let's see. It's another real life lore. We're on a binge, I guess. I feel like this is what the majority of Rockstar places in the world where you can actually eat pufferfish. They prepare it in like a certain way that makes it edible. Fugu, that's what it is. It's the most dangerous food you can eat. Yeah. I don't know why anyone would risk it. It probably tastes like shit too. Also, Someone got real brave when they tried to eat this pufferfish at some point. There must have been a lot of trial and error. Fucking piling up corpses to find the one thing they could eat on this stupid fish. I believe it's in Japan. There's fugu in America as well. I remember we looked it up one time. I think Matt brought it up once. I would never try it. Thanks to the resub, Buschetti. What the fuck is sarin? That sounds like a race in Mass Effect. What? I've never heard of that, I don't think. It's a toxic synthetic organophosphorus compound. Oh my god. When was this made? Sarin gas? Well, even just sarin, well, what... Is that going to be like a different thing? I imagine it'd be here, right? Sorry, I was reading. Thanks to the gift sub Void and the resub Goody and Wallaby. It's death water. Well, yeah, but they use it as a like a nerve gas. The Tokyo subway sarin attack. Tokyo subway sarin attack. The Aum Shinrikyo released an impure form of sarin in the metro. 12 people died and 6,200 received injuries. So they made it themselves? Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Don. Appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. They stole it. Oh my god, man. Holy shit. Check out the cult anime. Yeah, I still need to watch that anime made by a cult. I've never heard of sarin. That's horrifying. Oh, it was discovered. Wait, is it naturally occurring? Didn't it say it was synthetic? Oh, he discovered it by trying to create stronger pesticides. I see. I thought he found like a fountain of sarin. That's fucking crazy, man. That's on stream, and since then I've never eaten anything from a gas station. Thanks to Tier 1 Penis, and the Tier 1 Adrianic, and the resub Uncanny, J, and Freshness. Botulism, the story was there was a guy, or a couple people, they ate nachos from a gas station. All 8 of them suffered from botulism, which is exactly what he mentioned, which is that this toxin, I already forgot the name of it. Botulinum toxin. And what it did is it paralyzed all 8 of them. I don't know if any of them died because they all like immediately received medical care. Yeah, we learned about it from Chubby Emu. I have never ever changed like my life based on a YouTube video until that one. Because I used to eat at like Wawa and stuff. I was even planning to do a gas station food tier list of just eating the grossest food. Because I used to eat like the seafood that they kept on the racks at gas stations back when I was in college. Like if I'd get drunk, I'd have like their gas station seafood, which was the stupidest idea ever. And then I watched that video and I'm like, oh my god, I will never do that again. Thanks to the resub Nesquik and family. Wawa food is good, but I will never eat it again. If it comes from a gas station and it's not prepackaged, I'm not eating it. I'm not risking botulism for the sake of having a goddamn nacho. Were they paralyzed permanently, or the one that Chubby Emu focused on, I think made a full recovery over the course of like a month or two or something like that? I don't know about the others. But somehow, fucking botulism is more dangerous. Well, dangerous might not be the right word. More toxic than polonium-210, sarin, and this goofy frog's cum or whatever. A fucking gas station nacho. Thanks to tier 1 schnoz and the prime swag. I know it's not all gas station food, it was a freak accident. What happens is, Chubby Emu explained it, it can only exist when it's really mismanaged. So the cheese from the nachos was apparently not properly cared for, and I think it got too hot. So it got way too hot, it like started rotting or something, and then it eventually produced botulinum toxin. Thanks to tier 1 rice. Actually, I'm just going to look up the actual story. I never even bothered to do it, because Chubby really covered all of it. Misuse of cheese dispenser caused the botulism outbreak. Oh, this was in 2017. Ten people were confirmed, and one of them died. Holy fuck. Yeah, like I said, I'm just never gonna risk gas station nacho. She didn't die, but her life was forever changed as a result. One of them did. They said it was like a father. Okay, let's see the actual specifics of how this happened. Thanks to tier 1 Pharaoh and the resub random number Sonic Wheezeman. They give sub random number in the resub Jack Attack. A 5-pound bag of nacho cheese collected at the retail location on May 5th were being used past the Best Buy date. This is why I take those things like the gospel, by the way. If something is even a day after Best Buy, I don't fucking touch it. Oh, it didn't go into details? Oh, it was contaminated at the retail location. Hopefully the gas station's shut down by now. Yeah, it's fucking crazy though. Did the nacho cheese rotten because it expired? Well, no, it didn't start. It didn't fucking produce the botulinum toxin right away just because it was past its Best Buy date. There was just a series of horrible mismanagements of the cheese. And it led to ideal conditions for botulinum toxin. Thanks to the resub iron. Have you seen the story about the guy in Australia who who ate a slug on a dare and it paralyzed him and killed him? No, it sounds sad though. How 2,000 people died fighting over a bucket. Can I watch that on stream? Let me look it up real quick. It's real life lore again? Okay. This will be the last real life lore video for tonight, and then we'll watch the rest of the Hobbit video. This is 100% pronounced baloney, right? It's not? What? Is it not? Because baloney is spelled like that, isn't it? Yeah, bologna sausage. It's pronounced Bologna. Whatever, man, it's bologna. So bucket's trash. This is garbage. I mean, I guess it has like longevity to it though. Like it's still intact, so good for them there, I guess. But this is a garbage bucket. His transitions are always so smooth. It's about the history. Man, fuck the history. That bucket's shit. Thanks to resub fiend. That's not something we usually watch during just chatting night, Heartsbane. I watch that on my own though. Alright. It's fucking game time now, baby. We finish the history of the Hobbit speedrun. We are still somehow an hour and 10 minutes out from finishing this bad boy. This is like an actual epic, like Homer's Odyssey for speedrunning. This is something that I bet Tolkien is still smiling about up in heaven right now.
So I got back to practicing, and eventually on September 19th, 2020, I managed to lower my personal best all the way down to 28 minutes and 10 seconds. Now 30 seconds off of Crix's world record. But at this point, I had already shown I had the potential to beat it if I managed to hit every trick and moved like I did in practice. But in a game with this many difficult tricks and such a small margin for error, this was much easier said than done.
He could do it though.
Just under a month later, I started getting runs with high potential. Crix still generally had a bit better movement than me, and he had an especially good start compared to mine. So starting off this run, I was already 8 seconds behind.
We need a recap. Okay, I'll do it previously on Dragon Ball Z. Last night, I was doing Five Nights at Freddy's speedruns, because the route's pretty goofy, and I managed to place top 3. So after placing top 3 in Five Nights at Freddy's, I wanted to look at another speedrun game to start learning, and someone brought up The Hobbit. And then I remembered that over the last, 7 years on Reddit, there's been one guy who keeps posting Hobbit speedrun tricks on Reddit, and that just opened the floodgates. So then I was looking at, the Hobbit resources. They have their own Hobbit speedrunning website, which has been active for, a decade. They have their own Hobbit speedrun community, which has been active, since 2006. And it's just been, this crazy rabbit hole of the Hobbit 2003 speedrunning. And then we found this video from Karma, and it is perhaps one of the most interesting speedrun history videos I've ever seen. It's up there with Summoning Salt's best. It is so well done, and it tells such an interesting story. I've just been glued to it. The only reason we didn't finish it last night is because it was fucking 3:30 a.m. and we still had an hour to go. There was no chance. So now we'll finish it. But to catch you up to where we are in the video, The Hobbit has some of the craziest, most technical speedrun tech to it, and it's been a journey. So right now the top dog is a guy named Crixian, who I think is still in the chat. He has the world record. I think right now it's at 2750 or something as of right now. and we just got hit with the plot twist here. Karma is Irule, who was the previous #1 record holder for 6 years. And then Irule retired, came back under the alias Ice Bagels. The cat got out of the bag. It was revealed Ice Bagels was Irule. And then Ice Bagels / Irule changed his name to Karma. And that's where we are. He just now made that big revelation to all of us that he was Irule the whole time. So now it's transitioned into him coming forward and presenting everything in first person as it was happening. So it's been fucking wild. I actually feel like we've been watching a real Lord of the Rings movie. There's a tier 1 Wraith, the tier 1 Cavo, and the prime Taroko, and the resub Squatch, Scotty, and the prime Purple, and Elf.
Crix.
What do you mean, and you spoiled it? What the fuck? We were watching it last night. I brought everyone up to speed, so now we can all enjoy it. And you should still go back and watch the first hour and a half if you haven't. Even knowing that, it doesn't change how great it is.
Out of Trollhole, even though I cut out the setup for Trollhole completely. But that was within expectations. Although my start was worse, I had a couple tricks up my sleeve to try to catch up.
And Boop and
On Overhill and Underhill, I closely matched Crix's time, showing that when I played my best, I wouldn't fall behind.
You spoiled the reveal last night.
Dark,
oh
I
yeah, by accident.
To hit the super tricky web skip.
Because I tried to look up
Crix chose
Irule.
not to do in his run.
Which is a fucking mistake.
My riddles in the dark wasn't perfect, so I only managed to get as close as 4 seconds behind Crix. But Flies and Spiders is where I could close the gap. Back before I quit in 2015, I had found a time-saving slope boost here, but nobody had used it so far because of its difficulty, with Crix going as far as to name it Stupid Boost.
And Devin,
However,
the prime key.
I was confident in it, and when I got there, I hit the boost cleanly. Unfortunately, during the next section where you parkour over raising pillars, I slipped off and couldn't climb back up before the pillar lowered again, costing a whole 10 potential seconds. But because Crix had a somewhat sloppy Flies and Spiders himself, and I took a shorter path to the end trigger, I still managed to save 3 seconds over the world record, putting me just barely behind Crix. Then on Barrels Out of Bond, which could potentially cost me time because of how long and how movement heavy the level is, I managed to keep up, even saving 9 seconds over Crix because I managed to get the clip warp on the first try. The run was now looking very doable as I was now 8 seconds ahead of Crix.
Not bad!
And after performing a near perfect A Warm Welcome, I was now 10 seconds ahead. But
yeah, I speedran 5 Nights at Freddy's last night. I'm
Coming
top 3 now.
Inside information, where I was going to use my new long jump setup that I discovered together with my friend Shockster. This was a lot easier than the old way, but definitely still tricky.
I thought I missed. I thought I pressed it too late. Holy shit, dude.
I hit it, but my setup was slower than first trying the old way. So after inside information, I was now only 5 seconds ahead of Crix's world record. I was now up against Crix's amazing endgame, one where Crix had pulled all the stops, and I only had a small 5-second lead. I could not afford any mistakes.
Oh, he fucking blew it?
I was so scared I fucked up when I ended up on the left shoulder, dude.
Wait, he didn't blow it? Wait, how did he recover that?
Oh fuck, I boosted right into the Arkenstein?
Oh, my fucking tiny brain can't even comprehend the safe strats.
Yes. Nice.
Exit Prime Frank.
Jesus Christ, I can soul choke this.
He's fucking doing it! He's doing it! He's going the distance! The king is back!
Shit. I haven't been that nervous in a long time.
I had finally done it. I took the world record with a new time of 27 minutes and 35 seconds, a 6-second improvement, breaking Crix's 4-year streak of holding the world record, and reclaiming my title after quitting 5 years ago as Irule. I was back, better than ever. But at some points, I wasn't sure if I could beat Crix, especially when I looked at the earlier levels in the run. There was so much I had to catch up on, but by cutting out a lot of setups, implementing every tough strategy I knew, and practicing many hours of individual level runs, I was back on the throne, and this time, I wasn't planning on giving it up. During my years of absence, so much of the speedrun had evolved, and so much of the community had changed. It was no longer a little group of friends that ran on GameCube in 2014. We were now a full-fledged community with people all over the world doing what we love. Yet our community still wasn't done growing. Our story is far from done. After all, we've only covered the GameCube version of The Hobbit, but there was a version that could potentially be pushed even further. I urge you to stick around and listen as we step back in time to tell the tale of the history of The Hobbit speedruns on PC.
The game was one of my favorites growing up, so I was curious if there were any speedrunning tricks for it.
That was just one category. Holy shit,
because
man.
It seemed like such a simple yet fun run.
Whether it was community or
well, this would be great then. So this is going to be fresh for all of us then.
A childhood curiosity
no one will be behind.
Beyond the bounds of the game.
Now we're all on equal
footing. At the start of this
footing.
video, I mentioned that The Hobbit was released on 4 different platforms: GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and PC. The console versions of The Hobbit were all almost the same, with GameCube just being a bit faster when load times are not counted. But the PC version of The Hobbit actually has some major differences. They were mainly control differences that a lot would argue made for a worse experience for a playthrough. On PC, the camera is locked to be almost always directly behind Bilbo, while you're only able to move in 4 directions with the WASD keys. This was a huge contrast to the free camera on consoles and their 360-degree joystick inputs. Bilbo's walking speed was also lowered on PC. Many would argue the PC version feels less intuitive and doesn't lend itself well to platforming. So it's probably no surprise that the console versions, mainly GameCube, had always seen significantly more attention than the PC version. But that didn't stay true forever. We're going back to 2015, when I was known as Irol and was just about to quit, and Crix wasn't doing speedruns on console yet, because at this time, Crix was the first to give the PC version of The Hobbit serious speedrunning attention. It was on September 4th, 2015, that Crix had fully completed a route for PC and posted an edited together run to prove his concept.
Oh, spliced it.
In this concept, Crix showed a route that clocked in at almost exactly 34 minutes. The first, somewhat sloppy proof of concept was already 4 minutes faster than the GameCube world record at this time. But how does that make sense when the PC version just seemed like a worse port of consoles? The biggest thing was that PC load times were ridiculously fast, easily saving over 5 minutes. But even
PC Master Race, baby, let's go.
The first PC route was already super close to the GameCube route that had been optimized for years. The reason for this was that PC had insane clipping mechanics. On PC, you could practically clip through any wall you could see, in rare cases, even phasing through them so quickly it felt like they weren't even there. This was probably a development oversight when they translated the joystick movement into a keyboard and mouse system, and the speedrun could absolutely abuse it. In Crix's first route of the PC version, he already showed one of these clips early on in Roast Mutton, wedging himself between 2 rocks and popping out right where the out-of-bounds slope boost started. Then on Overhill and Underhill, Crix's brother had found a clip that could skip the first gear collecting section by wedging himself between a pillar and the wall. And in the Gathering of the Clouds, Crix quite literally just jumped through a wall and went around the outside out-of-bounds edges to get to the Arkenstone. Both the Roast
that must save
Mutton
so
and
much
Gathering of the
time for
Clouds
that
clips were found by Samwise from the Minimums community. The rest of the levels all played out very similar to how GameCube did them. Most things that could be done on GameCube also translated to PC, yet PC had potential for exclusive skips. However awkward and counterintuitive the PC controls may seem, it looked like there was actually potential for a unique speedrun on this platform.
This does look pretty nice.
Soon after posting this proof of concept, Crix completed a real speedrun of the PC version.
If only Ace Prune didn't retire, God rest his soul.
33 minutes and 39 seconds.
Jesus Christ.
But it was right after this that Crix decided to switch to GameCube to join in on the existing competition. And although PC was still just an afterthought for almost all of the Hobbit community, there was one person who would show its potential. This was Schneider, a new German speedrunner, and he started setting record after record on PC, starting off with a 32:47 on July 20th, 2016. Schneider beat Crix by almost a minute using the exact same route. Impressive.
Damn, flexed
Yet
on him.
Schneider was alone and running a relatively unexplored platform. But that didn't stop him. A little over a month later, Schneider set a time of 30 minutes and 33 seconds, improving the record by over 2 minutes. He had adopted some of the new GameCube strategies that were found around this time, and translated them to PC ones. Most notably, the fastest troll hole skip, and he combined it with much better execution than his last run. And just 7 days later, on August 31st, Schneider improved the PC record down to
Schneider's
29 minutes and 43
it.
seconds, just purely off of
I imagine
better
this gets
execution.
much quicker than GameCube,
But
though.
it was then, presumably because
I
of
don't know
the
what
lack
the PC
of
record was, I
competition,
don't remember.
that Schneider also moved to playing GameCube.
Fuck, we lost another
But
one.
fast forward to February 14th in 2018.
Thanks, Resub Caesar and
It was
Serve.
around this time that speedruns on GameCube had started making massive leaps thanks to MDPie's efforts. And now it was actually Crix who revisited PC. By researching together with MDPie, Crix was now able to do inside information skip as well as a warm welcome skip on the PC version, and he managed to pull it off in a
He's a
run
tier
that
one
got both
Twitch
of those
survivor.
tricks fairly quickly, breaking the now 1.5 year standing PC record with a 29:07, despite Crix's main focus still being on GameCube. This marked a very significant change
I thought the
in
record
PC
was like 2
history.
minutes. With the menu
Not
glitch, it is.
necessarily because of this run, but its consequences. Only 10 days later, after a year and a half of PC inactivity, Schneider demolished Crix's world record, not just by a little bit, but by almost 4 minutes.
Oh my god!
Crix had awakened a beast. Using the
A
same
demon?
strategies as Crix, Schneider
He's not
left
human!
no room for debate that he was undoubtedly the best on PC. This awakened beast rampaged for the coming months, and nobody dared to try to stop him.
He also took all their girlfriends. A world record wasn't enough. Thanks to the Prime, Immortal. Man, he is fucking going in! Sub 24! Jesus Christ! What is happening? He's a fucking mutant! He went... Oh my god. He went right through the Bofa skip. Or, what was the... Corwin.
Schneider had
Bofa
slowly
was from
cut
the
off
menu
almost
glitch.
2 minutes off of the PC world record in these past 6 months, now putting the new world record at 22 minutes and 57 seconds on August 25th,
Thanks to Resub
2018.
Trigger.
The PC
man.
run was now almost 7 minutes faster than GameCube, although it was safe to say that the execution of the PC run still wasn't as optimized as GameCube. Still, there was no doubt in anyone's mind that the runs Schneider had been putting out were more than just impressive. Soon, about a month later, it was MDPie who would give the PC version the next push it needed. While MDPie was busy routing a warm welcome for the A button challenge, he made a major PC exclusive speedrunning discovery. Runners knew that when sliding off of an edge and going into rock throwing mode, Bilbo would enter a slow falling state that you could use to avoid fall damage. However, MDPie tried this on the
Thanks for the gift sub,
out-of-bounds
Tyrone.
invisible platform in a warm welcome, and slowly sank into the water below. Just moments later, Bilbo was slowly drifting, with the water current pushing him. He was floating away under the invisible floor, the same invisible floor that normally
That's good
had
to
to
hear,
be
Socks.
unloaded to hit the alternate end trigger. And as luck would have it, the water's edge was actually right above the alternate end trigger. Over the course of about 40 seconds, Bilbo
tier one,
slowly
Jace.
floated there, and when leaving rock throwing mode, he fell straight into the end trigger. This meant that you no longer had to warp out of the warehouse to unload the out-of-bounds invisible floor. Instead, as soon as you started a warm welcome, you could rush over to the invisible floor, force yourself into the water while in rock throwing mode, wait until the current carried you over to the end trigger, and fall into it. No thief quest needed. This saved close to 3 minutes over doing it the old PC way, and it was exclusive to PC because there you could stop your slow fall and let the current carry you, while on consoles you kept falling and drowned in the water. And of course, it was MDPie who had found such a creative skip, but there was also Silic, a new
Oh,
PC
this is new!
runner who
This
had
guy's brand
started
new!
at the end of 2018, and quickly lowered his personal best to a 25:45. And Silic actually managed to find a faster clip in roast mutton. He took a sharp right soon after starting the level and wedged himself between two boulders. And after holding a specific angle and walking into the corner for a couple seconds, he popped out on the other side, where conveniently, the alternate end trigger was only a couple slash jumps away. A super nice and
That must
easy
save a lot
time
of time,
save
right?
that allowed you to complete roast mutton in well under 20 seconds. Even for those who doubted it, the PC version was now clearly starting to become serious business. The clunky control scheme was actually starting to feel like a great fit for speedruns. The 4-directional movement and the restricted camera actually allowed for easier and much more precise setups for skips and tricks. The PC version also allowed you to long jump from a standing still position, making tricks like Riddles in the Dark web skip trivially easy. Even long jump glitch was a non-issue on PC as long as your hardware was good enough. And the slower walking speed on PC just meant that advanced movement was even more rewarding. The PC leaderboard
wins
was even
again.
serious enough to start removing load times from the final times to make sure faster loading computers didn't have an advantage. And leading the PC charge was still Schneider, who would soon implement the new strategies found in the past 5 months. On February 20th, 2019, Schneider was doing runs against his gold splits, and made it into a warm welcome.
This sounds like a
only
sad
12
song
seconds
coming up.
behind
What
those
happens?
gold splits. That's only 12 seconds slower
Does he
than
get, like,
all of his
assassinated
best
or
levels
something?
combined. This added up to already being a whole 32 seconds ahead of his record, and the time save was just coming up. Schneider managed to execute the new A Warm Welcome skip quite well, only losing another 4 seconds over his gold. This put him 3 minutes and 12 seconds ahead of his record,
time.
easily on pace for the first ever sub 20 minute speedrun. And after a solid inside information, it was time for the Gathering of the Clouds, for which the route is very different from consoles and involved 2 clips to get to the Arkenstone.
And it's easy.
Schneider played quite safely on these clips and spent some extra time setting them up. He was now 3 minutes and 8 seconds ahead going into the Clouds burst. With his record having about 20 seconds of mistakes here, sub 20 was in sight.
It's locked. Schneider,
missed the timing on the early out-of-bounds slope boost. But
You
he didn't
fucking
waste his
idiot!
jump attack, so not a lot of time was
Ban
lost.
him!
Then, Corwin's skip was fine. Schneider was a little hesitant, but who could blame him? Activating the catapult barrel early was no problem. Funnily enough, you didn't even need a slope boost for this on PC. Schneider then missed 1 rock throw to lower the bridge, and didn't throw a second safety rock right away, costing some extra time.
Oh my
Yet
god.
Schneider had no trouble going out of bounds, and reached the final barrel without issues. The new PC world record, and the first ever sub 20 Hobbit speedrun, clocked in at 19 minutes and 39 seconds.
Nice.
It was met with
Sloppy,
praise
though.
from the community.
Very sloppy.
With the first ever sub 20
I'm
achieved,
not impressed.
one could only wonder what else was in store for PC.
So many simple
would
mistakes.
the movement get even more
Rookie.
optimized? Or would another crazy PC exclusive skip be found? In this case, it was the latter. There was one level that had stood strong throughout the years, both on GameCube and PC. One level that, when broken, was only broken partially. One level longer than any other in the speedrun. This was how MDPie broke barrels out of Bond.
No!
On March 28th,
No one's been brave enough to
2019,
tackle that level?
MDPie shared a
Don't
major
do it!
discovery. An alternate end trigger in the
Boob!
form of an
Fuck.
alternate end pedestal in barrels out of Bond. One that could be reached by clipping out of bounds right behind where the normal end pedestal is. Unlike the normal one, This alternate end pedestal didn't require any of the objectives to be completed. By clipping out of bounds and long jumping into a jump attack towards the out of bounds pedestal, you could interact with it and end barrels out of bond early. Unfortunately though, the clip itself was very hard and the jump wasn't much easier. This skip was actually not very appreciated by the community due to its insane difficulty and inconsistency.
Still good
and
though.
No run has ever been done with it. Because 2 months later, MDPie shared an even bigger discovery.
Oh! Well, that was easy.
Was it. When done perfectly, you could end barrels out of bond within 10 seconds of loading into it.
Watching this makes me feel like I could have found these.
On GameCube, yet it was now the fastest level in all of The Hobbit on PC. And it was once again thanks to MDPie. What you saw was another alternate end trigger.
I absolutely could have. I found a lot of speedrun glitches
the gate at the start,
back in the day.
But what had stopped the community from finding something so major, yet so close, for so long? Well, this area behind the starting gate had never been possible to access normally, as huge invisible walls surround the entire area. So it was only when developer tools were discovered that someone actually happened to check behind there and saw the alternate end trigger. Even from there, it was still going to be extremely hard to make it to the trigger. But fortunately, because of PC clipping mechanics, MDPie discovered you could slope boost up to this tree and climb the tree by very precisely getting stuck in it mid-jump. From there, you could climb its branches, which got you high enough to get over the invisible walls and reach the alternate end trigger. But this trick, especially at the time, was extremely hard and inconsistent because of how precise your position, how tight your angle,
but again, I haven't
how
played
good
the
your
game.
timing needed to be for the clip. This was going to require a lot of dedication to master. This time, it wasn't Schneider who would be the first to implement the new skip. Instead, it was Silic, and he was grinding. On July 5th, 2019, Silic posted 2 new personal bests with the new barrels out of bond skip. The first was 20 minutes and 19 seconds, saving 5 whole minutes over his previous best. The next was 19 minutes and 47 seconds.
Okay, now we're getting serious.
Achieving the second ever sub-20 Hobbit speedrun. Silic was now only 16 seconds behind Schneider, and wasn't about to stop. The very next day, on July 6th, Silic set another time. This time, it wasn't just a personal best, but a world record.
Oh yeah.
Using the new barrels out of bond skip, and by grinding over several days, Silic set a time of 19 minutes and 20 seconds, beating Schneider by 11 seconds. Schneider was once again dethroned.
No.
But Silic knew this record was far from perfect, and even stated the following in his description: "Free record for anyone that doesn't choke on slope boosts." Was PC finally seeing real competition? Despite being dethroned, Schneider was only more motivated. Over the span of the next few days, Schneider came back to PC speedruns and learned the new barrels out of bond skip. And only 3 days after Silic broke the record, Schneider set out on another run.
Ooh, yeah. It's looking clean. Oh, he blew it? These are 2 gift subs, Salt. Thank you. Damn, sub 18.
And there it was. Schneider took back the world record with a 17-minute and 18-second time, beating Silic by over 2 minutes.
Jesus.
If anyone still doubted it, they would now understand that there was no way to keep Schneider down, and he would only come back stronger every time.
Hail
Schneider's
Hydra.
run still had a number of notable mistakes.
My god.
Like missing the overhill and underhill ending slope boost once,
Oh,
and
no.
missing the slope boost for the new barrels out of bond skip twice. But as you can tell, Schneider was still far ahead of the competition, and despite that competition growing, it would still take a long time before
sweet. Well, thank
anyone
you,
could
Slap.
truly threaten Schneider's position at the top. Days turn into weeks, and weeks turn into months. Going into 2020, there was still no sign of anyone who could potentially beat Schneider. Enter Geek, a French speedrunner who had started running The Hobbit on PC around the same time as the Barrels Out of Bond skip was found. Going into 2020, Geek's personal best was just above 20 minutes as he had seemingly been running the game on and off. But it was in late February when Geek started seriously grinding to try to beat Schneider's world record. And at the end of February, Geek lowered his personal best to an 18:14, solidly putting him in second place. This was looking doable.
He doesn't look very happy about it.
So he continued into March, where he set another 2 new personal bests. A 17:25, followed by a 17:20 when timed without loads. He was now only 2 seconds behind Schneider. A real threat had appeared, yet there were no signs of Schneider's return. And so, on April 5th, 2020, Geek continued his record attempts.
Well, what happened to Schneider? Was he arrested? Where is he? He's getting rolled right now.
Geek did it. After months of grinding, he earned the new world record of 17 minutes and 4 seconds without loads. He was equally matched with Schneider in movement, and mainly had better trick execution in this run. This made Geek the third person to ever beat Schneider, but the first to do it using the same strategies, without any advantage. This record was well deserved, but even Geek himself knew that Schneider might just come back to take the record at any time.
So Geek beat his ass in real life.
Just a day after Geek's record, Schneider ruthlessly set a new time of 16 minutes and 52 seconds without loads, breaking the sub-17 mark and beating Geek in a single evening of grinding. Although Schneider had a sloppy overhill and underhill this run, he managed to catch up in Flies and Spiders, where Geek had major trouble with the first slope boost. Yet Schneider couldn't keep up with Geek's amazing Barrels Out of Bond and fell behind again.
Oh, ouch.
After this, he slowly closed the gap leading up to the Cloud's burst, where Schneider finally managed to pull ahead by performing the level over 10 seconds faster than Geek did. Once again, Schneider came back and almost instantly took back the record, clearly showing he was still steps ahead. Yet with all this competition came attention, and the PC leaderboard soon grew. Could Schneider stay ahead of the existing competition, as well as the new? A couple months pass, during which there isn't much activity from the top PC runners. Yet MDPie had actually found a new and faster way of hitting the inside information end trigger by going out of bounds much earlier and jumping around the invisible wall from the side. However, this method was tricky and risky, so nobody seemed interested in implementing it yet. Come October 2020, Geek came back stronger than before and started doing record attempts again. Maybe this time he could truly pull ahead of Schneider. And on October 5th, when Geek was attempting to beat Schneider's 16:52, the unthinkable happened.
No. Don't do it, Geek! We're not ready!
Oh my, that was quick.
He did it. Oh, no he didn't.
Geek had just tied Schneider's world record to the second, but it was not enough. Schneider's 16:52 was just 0.2 seconds faster. This was the closest anyone had ever gotten to beating a full game Hobbit world record without actually beating it.
That's rough.
That has to be rough.
No, it definitely is.
But despite all odds,
Geek quit that night.
Geek had not yet given up. Just 9 days later, Geek managed to get an amazing run started. He was already ahead by 18 seconds out of Flies and Spiders, but the hard part was just coming up.
Closing time.
Everyone's saying that's rough. You guys don't know the misery of House of Caravan speedrunning. Hold on, you need to see this. Why can't this be reached? I don't know why that happens sometimes. We play by milliseconds and milliseconds alone. So look at the top 6 here. I'm still number 5, which is great. I haven't ran it in 4 years, but we only play in milliseconds. Yeah. It's a cutthroat game. It really is. I stay top 5 though, baby. I keep it clean. I had some dirty runs back in the day. There's the prime popcorn.
Come on! How is that not it? Putain, c'est une blague!
That was a rough barrels out of Bond, but Geek was still determined and continued the run, knowing he had some time to save in the cloud's burst.
I would have just reset right there, to be honest.
Is this it? Yeah, it is. Wow.
Where's the resub, Mario?
Wait. Is that actually working?
Oh, he's gonna tie it again somehow.
Oh my.
Oh, fuck, dude. That's like one of the most stupid things I've ever done in my life.
Geek managed to gold split his cloud's burst and beat the world record. The run was a roller coaster of emotions, but he had done it once again. He beat Schneider for the second time with a new world record of 16 minutes and 41 seconds. Geek was mixed on his opinions of this run. Not sure if he should be disappointed that he lost his big lead early on.
You can be disappointed.
Or happy that he broke the record. But one thing was certain, and that was that Geek had truly earned this world record once again. Geek was looking to be the only one who could take down Schneider, but historically, Schneider had never even lost the PC world record for more than 10 days. A few days passed. Eventually, 10 days passed.
Oh!
Was Schneider having trouble beating this new world record?
Nah, he's too busy with
Did
3
finally
sums.
get the best of him?
Got distracted.
Then a month passes with no change. Until November, when for the first time ever, Schneider started streaming his practice live with commentary, instead of doing it all offline. And after just a couple days, those live streams of practice turned into live streams of speedruns, and Schneider had some new tricks up his sleeve. On a run that already missed Dreamworld skip once, Schneider managed to save a whole 20 seconds over Geek's already solid overhill and underhill, partially thanks to implementing pillar skip, which is a very tight long jump into jump attack to skip waiting for the stone giants to knock the pillar down.
Thank you for the generosity.
This strategy was found by Samwise and was relatively old, but due to its difficulty, no one had implemented it before this. And so, when Schneider...
Why not though, I wonder? Because this is pretty early in the run. I feel like there's no reason not to do this, because if you fuck it up, just reset. God, this video is so long, anytime I want to go back just a couple of seconds, I end up going back fucking minutes. Yeah, you're only 253 into the run at this trick. I say it's absolutely worth doing every time, and when you fuck it up, just reset. That's how I'd play it. Yeah, I really should use arrow keys. You're not wrong. This is my speedrun tech. I manually click it like a goddamn idiot.
But due to its difficulty, no one had implemented it before this.
Appreciate it, man.
And so, when Schneider combined pillar skip with great movement, he got a very considerable lead. Unfortunately for Schneider, his riddles in the dark wasn't nearly as well executed. Schneider fell out of bounds once and had to wait to clip warp back, and at the end of the level, Schneider struggled with a shortcut long jump up to the ring, where the level ends. Now, Schneider was just under 7 seconds ahead of Geek's run. But there was more. There was a somewhat forgotten Flies and Spiders route developed by MDPie. This route had faded out of sight of the community.
Glad I got it right.
Because no good runners had even tried it out to show its potential. But we are now at the time soon after I returned as M Karma and took back the GameCube world record. And I had just recently heard about this somewhat forgotten route and went on to prove it was worth going for on GameCube. And since this route translated to PC, Schneider decided to go for it. This new route found by MDPie featured multiple extra slope boosts to cut straight through the center of the level, making it considerably harder than the old route. So Schneider took his time on it, but even so, it was well worth it and put Schneider another 9 seconds ahead.
Alright, Schneider's kind of breaking away.
15.5 seconds ahead of Geek
Thanks
into
to Prime
Barrels
Unknown
Out
and
of
the
Bond,
5 gift subs. Google
where
these nuts.
Geek
Thank you,
had
these nuts.
struggled with a skip.
Thanks for some
That's
schmalix.
pretty little time gain. Alright, now. Big mouth that I have. I said in public that I have this level close to 100% now. This skip rather. And I was kind of right.
That was huge. Schneider confidently pulled ahead by close to another 20 seconds. This pace was unseen. And it didn't stop there. After clean movement in a warm welcome, Schneider was now 37 seconds
Jesus,
ahead.
Schneider,
Yet
take it
Schneider
easy on
wasn't
him.
done implementing new stuff, and planned to
putting
be
some
the first
discipline
to
on him,
implement
in him.
MDPie's faster PC inside information skip.
The only thing that's kind of scary for me is this jump here.
No fear.
But that's good.
Fear is for the
Schneider
weak.
pulled it off.
Bilbo
and that
doesn't
jump
feel it.
is much harder than it seems. He was now an insane 1 minute and 7 seconds ahead of Geek, going faster than anyone thought he would. And after a clean gathering with the clouds, it was looking very possible that this insane run would not just beat, but smash the world record.
Definitely gonna play it safe.
Don't play it safe, don't be a bitch.
That's it. Oh, my heart's pounding again. That's... I still do enjoy this. Oh,
He's
man.
very confident. I like that. That's very good. Don't fuck up the rock. He really never throws a second rock. Not even just to play it safe. Holy
Right.
shit.
And that's it. It's over a minute. Over a minute time save. And it's still very beatable. Ah, I'm proud of this one.
Schneider
proud
had
too.
done
That was
it
pretty
once
good.
again.
That was pretty
He once
good.
again showed complete dominance over the PC
Exhibits
speedrun,
Gundam.
smashing a
Twitch
world
survivor
record
and
that
Adrianic.
Geek had worked so
Tier
hard
1
for.
golden.
On only his 7th attempt after coming back, Schneider even went as far as to implement all these new strategies that Geek had passed up, and managed to effortlessly break the 16-minute barrier, setting a new world
give some
record
good
of
talk.
15 minutes and 38 seconds on November 21st, 2020. Quoting Schneider, "The ball is back in Geek's court." But unfortunately, Geek has not attempted to beat Schneider's new record since then.
No!
The
He got his
rivalry
ass
between
beat so
Schneider
hard
and
he just
Geek had
quit.
been a sight to see, and Schneider's absolute dominance.
He saw
on
that new
PC
record, he's
was
like, yep,
impressive.
I'm just gonna do anything else.
Impressive to the
I'm
community,
done.
impressive to spectators, and impressive to me personally. Yet I was a proud GameCube runner, and I strongly believe that GameCube runners were still a step ahead of PC runners in optimization and movement. And despite GameCube having a longer history and more competition, I envied the attention that PC runners started getting. So I decided that I wanted to prove without a doubt
Zephyr.
that I was not only the best GameCube runner, but the best Hobbit speedrunner. Period. Problem was, I had never
fucking
even
sucked
touched the
at PC.
version for longer than 10 minutes. So on November
Actually
22nd,
get some golden.
2020, I set out to learn the PC speedrun from the ground up. I spent time practicing individual levels and finding my own setups for hard tricks. Just the next day, I felt I was ready to do my first
Thanks for
run,
subnet.
and ended up with a time of 23 minutes and 43 seconds.
Oh, yuck.
Not very impressive.
Yeah, not even
So
sub
that
20.
same day,
Hey,
I
Kana.
continued running to
What's up?
improve my personal best.
You're disappointed in his first PC run? Me too. It was kind of stinky. I know. It makes me want to cry too. It was bad. Not good.
This run just put me into 2nd place on the PC leaderboard.
I didn't see that
already
one.
ahead of Geek.
Jesus Christ.
And it was a huge improvement over my first run, which had major mistakes. It was clear that my GameCube skill was translating quickly, despite the many differences. I was still almost a minute behind Schneider, but considering this was only my 2nd day of learning PC, I was
There's a Prime
confident.
Curse and the bitch
And so on
Schmalix and Twitch
November
Survivor.
26th, 2020,
And Spoopy.
my 4th day of learning PC, I had managed to start a run that had 8 gold splits going into the Cloud's Burst.
Jesus.
Suddenly, I was on world record pace. But even if I performed my best PC Cloud's Burst ever, it would be extremely close. So I aimed to perform even better, and went for another gold split.
He's using a forbidden jutsu. He's gonna do it! Oh my god, he's gonna fucking do it!
I missed one. That sucks. This might be close. Shit.
This is going to be a tight squeeze. Oh, that was kind of nice.
Never mind, it wasn't close. And a gold split it was. I just invaded the PC version and took the world record with a 15:33. I'd been very motivated thanks to being able to see quick improvements on my PC times. And because I had a clear goal, and even to my own surprise, I was not expecting to beat Schneider in just 4 days. On one
That's
hand,
gotta feel like shit
I felt
for
somewhat
Schneider.
bad for intruding on the back and forth rivalry between Schneider and Geek. But on the other hand, I was enjoying playing PC much more than I thought I would. But Schneider doesn't stay down for very long, and I didn't beat him by much. So although I was proud of myself for achieving my goal so quickly, I was far from done.
Glad you like it.
Momentum was still on my side, and I wanted to pull ahead even further. The grind was on.
This is gonna be a close one. That was so bad.
There's a bit skyward. Oh, sub 15.
Alright, not the fastest, but the run's alive. GG.
Holy shit. He's entering a whole new gaming dimension.
I beefed. They're killing him so fast.
Oh my god.
A month after first
Not even the
PC
Lord could
world
have foreseen this kind of
I
gaming.
managed to lower the record down to a 14:06, shaving off almost a minute and a half across 5 new world records, and breaking the 15-minute barrier.
Thanks for 5
I
new
was on
subs,
a roll,
resume.
and I was really enjoying the
Skyward and
improvement.
Bunny.
What set me apart from PC runners before me was definitely the higher standards that came from GameCube runs. I had put a lot of effort into optimizing my PC movement, and it showed as I could pull far ahead of other runners on the longer, more movement-intense levels. On top of that, my extensive game knowledge and experience made me very confident in a lot of tricks, and I spent a lot less time on setups than most runners. I was confident, but the competition was not to be underestimated.
Who comes in?
Through my own influence or the sheer amount of activity that PC had suddenly gained, a lot of
oh my
eyes
god,
were now
look
on
at
this
that
version.
Look at that domination. From out of nowhere, the top turnbuckle comes in and just absolutely farts in this man's mouth. Man, poor Schneider. He didn't even stand a chance here.
While GameCube had been a slow but steady grind over many years, PC was now exploding. This attracted not only new runners, but even old titans.
Ace Prune?
Shockster. Shockster is a longtime great friend of mine.
Alright, I got it. Sorry to pause, again. This is fucking great. This is very reminiscent of the Shock Master. I like this. Shockster and then just some lightning bolts. That's fucking wonderful.
Who ran The Hobbit on
Ace
GameCube
Prune's not
back
dead.
when
He's
I was known
hibernating.
as
He'll be
Iroh.
back.
Even back then, he was a top 5 runner, with my biased opinion being that he could easily be higher than that. Though Shockster had quit running the game well before me, he was still around when I returned and theorized skips and setups with me. Now, this newly popularized version of The Hobbit that was arguably more comfortable to speedrun caught his eyes. Shockster had returned and was improving his PC time alongside me. On December 23rd, 2020, just a day after I set the 14:06, Shockster got a new personal best of 14:49, putting him solidly in second, as he was undoubtedly soon to become a world record contender. But something had happened behind the scenes. It would be strange to forget about a certain someone on the PC side. We weren't sure if Schneider had been planning on returning anytime soon. But when Shockster pushed Schneider into 3rd place, Schneider posted a screenshot of his splits. He had a personal best of 14:37. He was anything but inactive. As it turned out, Schneider was still 2nd place, but had no plans of posting any of the runs he had gotten before improving even more. But Schneider's offline personal best wasn't the only surprise. Another old GameCube titan was in on the PC revolution. It was Silence Erupts, the one who had been the biggest world record threat to me when I was running the game as Iroh.
Thanks to Prime 1.
Silence Erupts had followed not long after Shockster, and had made his big comeback on PC, and he quickly set a personal best of 16 minutes and 51 seconds, just behind Geek. PC was the breath of fresh air that the Hobbit community needed, and it was starting to see more activity in these past few months than GameCube had over many years. PC still had a lot of room for optimization.
Hey, Crix is in the chat. Hey, man.
So much so that after getting my 1406, I set out to try to find new skips and tricks on PC, and I soon saw results. On December 28th, 2020, I had made 2 new discoveries. The first was a much better ending out of bounds clip for the Gathering of the Clouds, saving roughly 8 seconds.
Oh,
the second
kind of big.
was a Flies and Spiders route improvement, saving another 3 seconds. Fortunately, both were also easier to perform than the old strategies. With new strategies and momentum still on my side, I continued running into 2021. On January 1st,
that's current year. That's current year, baby.
Started attempts.
Let's go.
On my first run of the day, I got all the way into the Clouds Burst, being already 21 seconds ahead, partially thanks to my new discoveries.
Jesus.
Well, sheesh. Just like that, I've been...
Thanks for the gift sub,
just the first
Ulysses.
run I do this session? Okay.
And there it was. The first ever sub 14, standing at 13 minutes and 40 seconds. Another minute barrier broken on PC. But I was only improving this fast because Shockster had been getting runs started that threatened to beat me, and I didn't want to lose. And just over 2 weeks after
that's that Sigma male
January
mindset, baby.
16th, 2021,
we don't lose.
Shockster set a new personal best of 13 minutes and 46 seconds, only 6 seconds behind me. The threat was imminent, so I ran as fast as I could. And just the next day, I improved the world record once again, this time down to a 13:19. This was a great run with very few mistakes, other than a missed ending slope boost in Overhill and Underhill, but I knew that wouldn't be enough for Shockster to give up. So I continued doing even more runs, and just 3 days later, I was moving at great pace.
Oh my god, 153? Oh my god. No.
Oh. Heartbreaker.
That's tough. Ooh. God damn it, just like that, huh?
He's making it look so easy.
For the barrels out of bond miss, this run would have been insane, to the point that I would have thought it to be unbeatable. But time would prove that this thought was incorrect. On this same day, Shockster completed a new run too, clocking in at 13 minutes and 20 seconds.
He's coming.
He would not let up, and followed extremely closely.
Is a resub tweak?
Another 3 days later, I managed to improve the world record once again, this time down to 13 minutes and 8 seconds. The run was arguably a little bit worse overall, but it had no major barrels out of bond mistakes. Surely, I'd have some room to breathe now, right? Well, Shockster had definitely not given up,
snorted some Adderall and posted a sub 5 minute run.
Battling for third place were Schneider and Silence Erupts. Silence Erupts would soon set at 14:38, being only 6 seconds behind Schneider. Shortly after, Schneider set a new personal best of 13:55, the third ever sub 14. But it wouldn't even take 2 weeks for Silence Erupts to catch back up, setting a 14:10 on February 3rd and a 13:48 on February 9th. The leaderboard had never been this stacked. During this time, I was taking a small break from speedruns, relieved that I'd pulled ahead by a small margin. But I'd ruined that margin for myself, because during this break, I made some big discoveries in the Clouds Burst. Starting off, I figured out a new ending route. By long jumping off of a barricade with a tight angle, you could just barely jump around an invisible wall and get out of bounds before doing the jump off of the catapult.
Oh, that seems like a game changer.
This out-of-bounds section had a near straight path to the end of the level, so although you had to go a bit out of your way to get there, it ended up being 6 seconds faster
Oh,
and
yeah.
considerably easier. With no reason not to learn it, Shockster picked this strategy up right away and implemented it into his runs.
The Shockmaster's going in! Oh, first try.
Holy shit, dude. Is that off of world record by 1 second?
Oh no, don't tell me that.
This run was
oh
actually
no!
retimed for a 13:08.
Oh no!
95,
Shockster!
matching my world record to the second.
His blood pressure can't take that!
0.8 seconds faster, he would have beaten me.
That's so sad.
had
Shockster's
improved
never
leaps
had a
and
world
bounds,
record.
And although he was
But he
playing
just
with
missed
new
it.
Cloud's Burst strats, I felt it was inevitable that Shockster would beat me eventually.
Exit
But I
tier
wouldn't
1
go
Reds,
down without
the
a
Prime
fight.
Art, and
These
give
past
sub
few months
Art
have
Dude.
been the most active the
Resub
Hobbit
Loki.
community might have ever been, and I
Doing alright,
wasn't
hope you're doing
about
well,
to
Coom.
let that end on me giving
Thanks for
up.
Papa Schlong.
But I was also not done breaking the Cloud's Burst. The new ending skip had actually opened some new possibilities for the section before it. There was a different route that MDPie had found about a year prior. Unfortunately, that route wasn't faster, but it featured a very creative out of bounds right after Corwin skip. This out of bounds started with tight parkour over very slim invisible walls, and if you fell down, it would cost a lot of time, or even soft lock you. So on its own, this route wasn't practical. But the new Cloud's Burst ending I had found started a bit out of the way and took some extra time to go out of bounds. Then, I realized that MDPie's start on his route made a path straight to where you'd go out of bounds in the new ending, making it another 5 seconds faster, but only when the two are combined.
No.
This was a high-risk strategy.
The sum
but
of the
at this
parts
level of
thing.
optimization,
Interesting.
it was worth it. These developments meant something big. A sub-13 speedrun was now looking realistic. The last-minute barrier I believed we could break. Shockster and I were
Thanks,
both
Resub
grinding
Anna.
runs. Shockster could get runs going with terrifying pace. Pace that I couldn't imagine myself beating. But I was more consistent and had less trouble clutching out runs in the endgame. One of us would be the first to break the 13-minute barrier.
Until Schneider comes out of nowhere with the people's elbow, am I fucking right? Where's Schneider at? This is a really nice montage. This is fucking hype. He found the best music for this video, I swear to God.
Holy shit, it is it! Are you serious? On February 18, 2021, I was the one who managed to break the 13-minute barrier, setting a new world record of 12 minutes and 59 seconds. Just narrowly under 13 minutes thanks to being able to pull off a great Cloud's Burst. I was very happy to break this barrier, but when you consider the time saved from the new Cloud's Burst strategies, this run was actually slightly worse than my previous record. But the new strategies were difficult and risky, and more importantly, they were a result of my own research. I had no reason to complain. But we can't forget about Shockster. Although his best time
Yeah, we
was
keep
still
forgetting
behind
about
me,
Shockster.
his skill was not.
He's been
It was
perpetually
time for
second
Shockster
place
to realize his potential.
since GameCube. So 10 years now. This is looking kind of promising. He might do it! Shockster! He's gonna do it! Let's go!
Shockster took the world record. After being just the tiniest step behind me for so long, he pulled ahead, and he more than deserved it.
I think it was like
His new
8
world
years.
record, set on March 26,
From GameCube till now.
2021,
He did it.
was 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
He did it.
This run was great, Shockster had taken movement to the next level with a 2 minute and 41 second overhill and underhill segment, which was even faster than my gold split at the time. Even in most levels after that, it was rare for me to match him, let alone beat him. Shockster had undeniably proven his potential. Although I was beaten, I wasn't giving up. While Shockster's potential was frightening, I still had my own strengths. Soon, I made 2 new discoveries, ones that might seem minor from a spectator perspective, but are significant for the runners themselves. First, a more consistent Dreamworld skip setup. So far, Dreamworld has always been a point of many resets. Second, I found a new barrels out of bond skip setup, which until now had been as hard as ever. Both were just minor alterations in some of the angles and positions, but they undeniably helped consistency a lot. But these discoveries would soon be overshadowed by something major. A notification appeared in the Button Challenge Discord. It was Crixium who had improved one of Samwise's strategies in Riddles in the Dark. They managed to do some really wacky stuff to get up on the minecart
I do love
tracks with
wackiness.
as few A presses as possible. And from there, they found out that there was an invisible minecart stationed at the end of one of the tracks.
Oh, let's go!
Just like the standard minecart.
Yeah!
This one took you right to the end of the level. But wait a minute. That minecart seemed very fast. Couldn't we use this in speedruns? Shockster was streaming as I had this thought, so I told him about it and we got into a call. Joining us was Speedy, who was a new PC runner that we frequently chatted with.
That's an internet classic.
We experimented with this invisible minecart, and soon theorized that this could indeed be considerably faster for speedruns. But there was one huge hurdle. When using the invisible minecart, the other decorative minecarts going around the track would keep moving. This made them crash into us most of the time, which instantly killed Bilbo before we could even get close to the end. Rest in peace, Bilbo. We needed to make it consistent. So we looked around and realized that the decorative minecarts are only loaded once you jump down through the load trigger in the mine shaft. We then saw that these minecarts were on a cycle after they loaded, so we made a spreadsheet and tracked all kinds of different timings and movement to see if the cycle aligned. Eventually we noticed a strange interaction where if you slashed your sword while on the minecart, it could affect how the other minecarts moved, so we tried various slash timings and amounts as well. After a couple of hours of testing, we had found the perfect sweet spot. You needed to get to the invisible minecart roughly 23 seconds after loading in the minecart section. Then you had to make sure not to perform any slashes in the minecart until making it to the first turning sign, from where you had to keep slashing your sword constantly or you would get rear-ended by the minecart behind you. If you did it just right, you would narrowly avoid bumping into the minecart in front of you, and save around 11 seconds over the old way.
Nice.
This was a tricky but huge find when PC was already this optimized, and the skip is somewhat symbolic, bringing together parts of the GameCube, PC, and challenge community.
Then I hop in there and I find a way to not even use the minecart.
Neither Shockster nor I could rest easy while there were new setups and a new skip to work with. Maybe if Shockster struggled to get runs going, then I could pull ahead again. But Shockster showed no signs of weakness. Just a day after the discovery of the new Riddles in the Dark skip, Shockster set a new world record of 12 minutes and 45 seconds.
He's relentless now.
And he wasn't done. 3 days later, on
he
April
felt
10th,
blood in the water.
He got a 12:37, which was even better executed than his 12:50 had been. And it seemed like Shockster could still go faster, but I hadn't lost hope. I was still doing attempts, and just like how Shockster had gotten so close to beating me when I was still ahead, I managed to set a time that was just barely behind Shockster. On April 15th, I got a 12:38, just a second behind Shockster. If my Cloudburst had just been a little better, I could have taken back the world record.
Yeah, it's tough.
But that was a pointless thought, because Shockster had still not shown his full potential.
Oh my god.
On April 20th,
he's still base form?
Shockster set a new world record of 12 minutes
and
19 seconds.
Shockster, take it easy!
Leaving the competition in the dust and undoubtedly proving that he is the best on PC. His movement, execution, and even his consistency were just so far ahead. With such an achievement, Shockster took a well-deserved break. Meanwhile, I went to translate some of the new PC strategies to GameCube, which had been overshadowed by all of the PC activity. Pillar Skip, the new Riddles in the Dark, and Flies and Spiders were all things that could realistically be done on consoles too. And on May 5th, 2021, I managed to improve the GameCube world record down to 27 minutes and 13 seconds. a sizable 22-second improvement.
That's
With
pretty
PC
good.
and GameCube now more optimized than ever before, this would be the end to this story.
Oh.
Or so I thought.
Oh, fuck
but
yeah.
Shockster had different plans. He came back to PC and set a sight on what
I
was
wasn't ready for
previously
it to
thought
end.
to be impossible. Shockster wanted to break the 12-minute barrier. Yet it was believed to be impossible for a reason. But Shockster put the game on another level. He was improving his movement, fitting in more long jumps at the smallest height changes. He was taking tighter turns even where the risk was huge. If anyone was going to achieve the impossible, it would be him.
See, like, this is
On
what I
June
would have
28th,
expected for, like, the entire history.
2021, Shockster
Because,
set
like,
a
Super
new
Mario
world
and all that
record of
does that.
12 minutes and 18 seconds.
You gotta
A
take those
1-second
tight,
improvement,
risky angles.
But he hadn't been back for long yet. Soon after that, Shockster and I worked together for a new first clip for the Gathering of the Clouds, clipping through the wall left of the door and doing a tight long jump into jump attack to reach the hallway, taking a just ever so slightly shorter path. This new clip was more consistent than the old way,
Thanks to the
although it
Prime
required
Axolotl.
more practice. But when going for a sub 12, even a small second like this could make the difference. Then 5 days later, Shockster improved the world record to 12 minutes and 14
This
seconds.
is like Roger
A
Bannister
sizable
breaking the
improvement,
4-minute
an
mile.
Insane run, but still
Man,
a
get the
long
fuck out
shot
of here with
from
that
sub
real
12.
sports shit. That's garbage.
Could he really achieve
This is
it?
much more important.
What needed to be done?
4-minute mile.
In his
What a
12-14,
joke.
Shockster had a 2-minute and 41-second overhill and underhill with some small mistakes. This level is extremely movement heavy, and playing perfectly versus playing
Think the
good
Prime
made a
Zygote,
huge
the resub
difference.
next.
At his best, Shockster could save 4 seconds here. Flies and Spiders was similar. When done perfectly, Shockster could still save another 3 seconds. That left another 7 seconds to cut for a sub 12. But up until the end, Shockster's run was extremely solid. Except for the Cloud's Burst, where Shockster had some trouble setting up the first
Oh
slope
no,
boost
Shock.
and didn't hit the Corwin trigger the way he wanted to. Compared to his best segment, this added up to just over 7 seconds of time save.
That's alright, you
A
can't
sub
rock
12
the
was
Shock,
technically
baby.
possible,
You can
but it
see
would
you can do
require
it.
him to
Clutch.
match his best segments on some of the most intense stages in the run. But the thought of a sub 12 alone was exciting, and Shockster shifted gears into a full focus grind, doing runs offline instead of streaming them, and
Thanks for the bits
continuing to
double
save
in the Prime
every
Kitty.
frame possible.
Oh, sweet. Well,
On
thank you,
July
double.
15th, 2021, Shockster showed that the impossible was possible.
Oh yeah. Shockster's powering up. He's going Ultra Instinct. God, this movement is so clean. Oh, he's just feeling it. He's in the mainframe. Oh. Oh, and squeezing by the civilian. Nice. This is signature Shockster right now. This is Shockster Prime. No hesitation. Barely even using setup. He's just able to sense everything. He's in it. His eyes are probably closed. He's just feeling the chakra. He has become Bilbo. Oh my god, sub 12 inevitable. Sub 12 online. Oh my god, maybe not, maybe not. Shockster, please! No, it's gonna be so goddamn close. Ah, Shockster! We need you! He missed it, just barely though. Yeah. Exit
A
Brian
12-minute and 2-second world record. A massive improvement. An insane run, and so close to breaking the 12-minute barrier. If he had matched his best segments on any of the longer levels in the game, it could have been it. While Shockster was already leagues ahead of the competition,
He wasn't
would not
satisfied.
stop improving,
Yeah.
and stated, I did not expect to absolutely smash my last PB, but the stars definitely aligned for this one. This run removed any doubt in my mind about the reality of breaking the 12-minute barrier. It will happen. I won't stop until it's broken. And stop, he did not. But his sub 12 hadn't become any easier. His world record was just executed insanely well. To do that again, and to do even better,
quick text message.
As much as I believed in Shockster's potential, it seemed extremely hard. But Shockster wasn't necessarily alone. We, as a community, had been morally supporting Shockster's journey, and I personally spent a lot of time labbing together with Shockster to try to save every frame we could. Together, we had stumbled onto one place we could optimize to help him break the impossible barrier. It was the overhill and underhill door clip, an old PC strategy where you skip one of the gear collection sections by using the pillar to clip through the closed door. This clip required exact angles and numerous steps, and we had already optimized it significantly over our time playing PC. Different angles, special jump timings, strafes, light directional presses. We tried everything to optimize this clip. And finally, Shockster came with the idea to use crouched strafes against the pillar. We soon found a tricky way to save just under a second on this clip by implementing the crouch strafes. Another crack formed in the barrier. Yet
under
a few
a
days
second.
later, I revisited this clip and tried something new. When crouching and very quickly tapping the left or right direction, Bilbo will actually move in the opposite direction. This turned out to have a weird interaction with the pillar, where at the right angle, and when spamming the left inverted crouch strafe, you would quickly wiggle through the pillar without needing to spam jumps like before. I dubbed this method Wiggle Clip, and it's actually second over
a little fun. Oh, we're almost done. A little fun tidbit of speedrunning lore. Wiggle Clip is actually a really common glitch used in a lot of older games. In a lot of games, you can just wiggle against geometry and just squeeze through. I'm surprised that they didn't do that earlier, to be honest.
Previous optimization, and this method was easier to perform than any previous one. All cards were on the table. We knew what had to be done, and we knew someone who could do it. Our eyes were on Shockster as he continued his quest to break the 12-minute barrier, his quest to make the impossible possible.
The dog is off the leash. Shockster's uncircumcised and unsupervised. I bet he gets the sub 12. There's no way he doesn't get sub 12. I already said that, but thanks for the Prime Agent. The run's looking pretty good. I know, the music fucking slaps. Ooh, he didn't even go off with a little pole. Improving the strats even further? More optimization if such a thing is even possible? I bet Shockster also finds antimatter. Like he becomes the only man to have a gram worth of antimatter. Oh, let's go! Sub 12! Easy.
That's the end of our story. Shockster remains on the top of the PC leaderboard with the only sub 12 time, while I still hold the GameCube world record. Both platforms now completely have their own identities. The PC run requires extremely good movement and minimal setup time to be competitive, while the route on console still features so many hard tricks that good trick execution brings you very far. Since then, Shockster had made some attempts to beat his PC world record again, some that had high potential. But finally, he decided to step back from PC, and then went back and forth on doing GameCube attempts, getting all the way up to 4th place, and getting close to taking 3rd. And looking back at Crixium, he has very occasionally been running GameCube any percent NMG, but he's felt burned out of that category for a while and hasn't been active for these past few months. But if he returns, I know that he will return stronger than ever before. Meanwhile, Schneider also hasn't shown much activity in these past few months. Although he said he hasn't been interested in speedrunning for a while, who knows when he'll make another grand return. As for me, I'd still like to improve my PC time to at the very least close in on Shockster, and I'd also like to break the 27-minute barrier on GameCube, but my main focus has been drifting to discoveries and community content. And finally, for the speedrun itself,
God, this was so fucking
PC
good.
almost seems to have been figured out.
I don't know,
with
Double,
very
we'll see.
little room for improvement. Some new and interesting battles have been happening on the PC leaderboard, with Slipboy, Speedy, and Silum all duking it out over
Yeah, I'll
5th
check the
place.
leaderboards after this.
Meanwhile, GameCube still has some more room for improvement, but the GameCube community hasn't been that active recently. Although Cairo, a newer runner, has put in a lot of work and held 5th place until Shockster returned to GameCube. If you made it this far, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. This project has been way bigger than I first anticipated.
Yeah.
I'm anxious over a lot of parts.
I imagine.
I know this video is just way too long, but there was so much I
It wasn't
wanted to
long
share,
enough.
so much I hoped for you to listen to, and there's still more I wanted to add. I worry that the video length will turn a lot of people away. It's been really tough putting in more and more effort while worrying that it will make the video less and less appealing.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
Over the past 7 months.
This was
while
great.
having no prior experience writing scripts or making documentaries. I've had some severe mental dips, and I'm still worried that this video will completely flop. But if you're here and you hear this, then I know it won't have been for nothing. A huge thank
this
you
was good.
to you, to all of the Hobbit community,
Bringing a tear to my
Clixum
eyes.
and MD Pie, who have been super helpful in putting together the timeline, to D Whatever, who gave me advice, feedback, and moral support, to Simple Flips, who is willing to record voice lines and whose words of encouragement meant the world to me. There's too many people to thank and not enough words to express it.
Alright, let's see the
You know
leaderboard.
who you are. Thank you. But most of all, I need to thank Shockster. He encouraged me, helped me record background footage, reviewed and gave feedback.
I
recorded
need to go to their
voice lines,
official
and
site.
much more. Without him, this would have never happened. There's so much more I want to say, but this has gone on too long already.
Alright.
This was the history of the Hobbit speedruns, but our story will continue.
What a great fucking video. So he's firmly in the lead here on GameCube, and yeah, it looks like he lowered his time even further on PC. Almost right after he posted this too. Just 16 days later. Moose did a time only 4 days ago. Yeah, I see Moose is right here, 4th. Moose was the guy you rated. Yeah, I know. I stuck around for a little bit to watch some of the run. How many runs on this leaderboard? So it looks like 32 runners for GameCube, 33 for PC. It's ironic, MD Pie has the lowest time here, yet he was the one that found almost all of the tricks that propelled it to like this level. He led Min to treasure that he couldn't obtain himself. Thanks to the resub Nightlight in the bits Soul Rack. 7 Tinder tips for guys. Well, maybe in a minute. Hold on. We're still on the refractory period from The Hobbit. This was honestly probably one of the most interesting videos we've watched in a while. I was fucking glued to this. I would love to speedrun it if it wasn't so fucking convoluted to get the game. I just don't feel like downloading like the torrent and all that. I'd rather just buy it on good old games or something, but they don't have it. And I don't have a CD-ROM to just get the CD. Although I could just buy an adapter. I'll figure it out. Thanks to the resub, that guy from Montreal. And the resub PP Poo Poo. Of course I heard about that double, and no it didn't. Yeah, Demon Slayer's been great. And I'll probably have to go back and watch that, Aaron. And thanks to the resub. 6 in toto. Alright. Switching gears a little bit. 7 Tinder tips for guys. Well, actually, before we move on completely, is there any other communities kind of like this? So this has been a community that's been active since like 06. Like its roots date all the way back to like 06. Is there anything kind of like this? I know Shrek Super Slam has a competitive fighting game community. So I know about the Shrek Super Slam esports community. I'm talking like obscure game. Like I would have never thought that you guys are giving me like the Halo 2. What? Bro, I'm talking like an obscure game out of nowhere. Battle for Bikini Bottom I already know all about. Love Battle for Bikini Bottom runs. Crypt of the Serpent King. He's a tier 1 feared panda. And the resub hot dog. You guys are listing like some of the most popular speedrun games of all time. I'm talking like in The Hobbit, right? A game that no one would expect to have a speedrun, let alone a full speedrun community. Thanks, resub Bruiser. The Simpsons Hit and Run. Okay, that could be interesting. That has a full community. Oh, I just typed in the game. What was I expecting? Okay, this seems pretty active. 53 minutes is the world record. How many runners are there? I used to love this game. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Hold on. This is pretty active. So that's for all missions. Any percent only has 67 runners, which is interesting. I don't know what oh, all story missions. No mission warps. What is bonus game? Is there any documentary on this? I just kind of want to watch another speedrun documentary now. Jesus Christ. Is it a cool speedrun? Maybe I'll learn it.
That's a good joke. Ah!
Thanks,
You
Resub Joe.
this is a good joke?
I've already watched everything from Summoning Salt.
What a great joke that is. Apparently I didn't pass 2nd grade, so I cannot count to 6.
I feel bad. I'm sorry to hear that. What's going on? So is this like a pretty cool run or not really?
Will there be a no-skip category added? Yes, that is called all story missions.
How speedrunners broke Ishimura.
All story missions is any percent no skips.
Oh, Dead Space? Dead Space. Oh, we have a Dead Space 2 speedrun documentary here. It's no 2-hour, 41-minute epic like the Hobbit one, but this is something. Is it interesting? I also love Dead Space 2, so I have a bit of a horse in this race. Okay, yeah, let's give it a whirl.
The USG
Elgato and Race.
An immense Planet Cracker class vessel, known for having the
True
most
Race, yeah, the
resources
Minecraft
collected out
one's
of any
good.
ship in the
I'll have to
entire
check that one out.
sea. Responsible for the downfall of all mankind, and many ruined bedsheets. Containing almost
never
the
found it scary.
entirety of the most influential sci-fi horror
I'm a
piece
real
of media
man.
in the last decade, the USG Ishimura is a masterclass in atmospheric level design and engineering made terrifying. Through his escapades, Isaac Clarke fights his way through endless amounts of reanimated corpses in locker rooms, navigation centers, medical decks, smelting rooms, gun turret sections,
Dead
food
Space 1 and
production
2 are
centers,
so
and
good.
engineering decks. Its influence on the tone and atmosphere of the game cannot be understated. The interconnected world and clever use of realistic sci-fi brings each area to life in a way that makes me wet the bed. Apparently, it makes Isaac do the same, since visiting it just once to see his girlfriend and do some side jobs leaves him traumatized for life. Hallucinations of Nicole taunt him throughout the second game, and the stone-cold Chad himself even starts to show some signs of being scared when faced with the reality that he will once again be having to take an adventure.
I already watched the
through
Trackmania
Ishimura
documentaries.
in Chapter 10 of Dead Space 2.
Trackmania is great too, but I've already seen those.
I'll stick around. I'm full of bad ideas.
You may not think of Dead Space 2 as a
Night. I'll come
particularly
say goodnight in a sec.
speedrun-friendly game. It's extremely linear, has tons of unskippable cutscenes, and is a horror game.
Yeah.
And if it was 2019, you would be absolutely right.
Oh, this is new.
Chapter 10 in particular was bad for this. Tons and tons of waiting on doors, walking,
Is it tier 1
a
cheese?
little bit of combat, and elevators permeated the run. At this point in time, the run was basically
just
glitchless,
10
and it was just
10 dudes.
over 2 hours long. Chapter 10 was a whopping
Nice.
15 minutes of the run. That's nearly an eighth of the entire game. At the time, the community was really small, with only a handful of people who had ever even attempted a run before. It's not like this is particularly difficult or anything. The most popular category was any percent, which plays on the casual difficulty. And like I said, there was essentially no glitches.
That sounds
the
like
game
shit.
was just
Fuck
simply
that.
underdeveloped. However, this was all going
Give me
to
something
change heading
wacky.
into 2020. Just like you should change the color of this button and subscribe.
Oh, nice.
Dead Space 2 went through a scientific revolution these past 2 years, bringing the time down from 2 hours and 5 minutes all the way down to 1 hour and 6 where it is today. New
Oh, they
discoveries
spoiled it.
and
That's where it's
emphasis
at?
on pushing the game forward instead of competing
Damn.
for records. took
Now there's no
over the
suspense.
community. Tools were discovered and developed to systematically and efficiently break apart every small piece of the game possible. Despite this, for a long time, the last bastion of the glitch-free world was Chapter 10.
Did it just work?
Even into August of 2020, the chapter was essentially glitchless, still taking around 14 minutes to complete when the run was already
Prime
down
stupidity.
to a 1 hour and 45 minute time. However, this was about to change, and in August of 2021, Chapter 10 would be down to 5 minutes flat. How did this happen? Chapter 10 was supposed to be the unbreakable Ishimura. When the rest of the run fell apart under pressure, it remained strong. What changed? Well, in order to explain this, I'm going to take you down a trip of scientific exploration within the Dead Space community to figure out just what was necessary to break this behemoth of a level. Flashback to 2019,
Oh, it better be a cool glitch.
Starting Chapter 10, Isaac
Or
rides
they
this
kidnap
gun
the
towards
developers or
flight
something.
deck. He then waits for some dialogue and heads down memory lane, all
Thanks,
while
Risa
Nicole
Barthy.
whispers sweet ASMR into his ears. After about a minute of walking, he arrives at this long hallway filled with baddies. Enemies aren't really a big deal in the speedrun since we play on the easiest difficulty. However, this room is a bit different. This room has 2 brutes in it and a hack panel at the end. In order to progress, you must complete the hacking minigames uninterrupted by the enemies.
No, I haven't watched the history of Super
Normally,
Mario
this means that
Sunshine.
you have to kill them all.
Oh, I'm gonna queue that up. I'm too deep into these fucking speedrun documentaries now. They're too interesting. This is 4 years old? Surely there's got to be a newer one, right? Because this has got to evolve. This probably has evolved a lot since then. Also, this guy's kind of a pioneer. Making the speedrun documentary 4 years ago? Kind of ahead of the curve. Thanks, Brian Buttery. I'm going to keep this queued up just in case.
Once Isaac makes his way past all of the enemies, he heads up a super long elevator and gets stuck in the decontamination room for about a minute. After that, he heads through a hallway full of pukers, who could slow him down before he even gets to the gravity puzzle. The puzzle restores functionality to the tram system, allowing him to head to the gravity tethers at the front of the ship. After this flying around, Isaac heads back through decontamination room
hamster.
and is stuck once more. This time, he has to fight some enemies. The waiting length in this room is based on the enemy pattern that you get, and you can lose around 5 seconds with a bad pattern. Once more back up the elevator, Isaac heads to the tram and towards the gravity tethers, but in a cruel, ironic fate, Ellie jinxes him and he has to stop by the medical deck.
Hole in the medical deck. At least you won't have to go through there. Unexpected obstruction ahead.
Where are the glitches at? This is boring. Give me something silly.
Crap.
The medical deck is a formidable contender for the most likely horror map to fit a rave, but it also features a hack panel room followed by a few rooms full of enemies. One more 0G flying section, and the last room full of pukers before finally arriving at the gravity tethers.
Feels
This is
like I'm
where Isaac
watching a
proves once and for all
walkthrough.
that he is Space MacGyver,
Yeah.
and fixes a broken tram station with a Planet Cracker spaceship's gravity pole.
Sleep well, Silver.
Hyman yells at Isaac, but he can't hear him over the deafening ASMR whispers of his ex-girlfriend, who guilt trips him one last time before he yeets himself into space with the escape pod. Soon after, the first thing that was discovered is that you can actually despawn the second brute in the challenging hallway near the beginning, by running into this corner and praying that he disappears.
Oh.
It works surprisingly well, but it didn't actually save that much time, if any at all. Killing brutes only takes one mine from the line gun, and stasising them in place wasn't very hard. Either way, it was cool, so we started using it. Shortly after this, another new discovery was pioneered. This time, it was in the field of ex-girlfriend avoidance. The master of avoiding all confrontation that Isaac has become in the last couple of months since breaking the game apart just runs right past her, activating the escape pod before she can even say
this one's a little underwhelming. I was expecting that to be pretty crazy, but it wasn't. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of interesting tech there. Thanks to the resub, Giri. This has inspired me. I want to make a House of Caravan speedrunning documentary now. Back in the day, we had some shit go on. We had a man who spliced his run together, which threw us in disarray for a little while. We had someone that sped up their footage. It got wild. I'm going to make a tab. I want it to be the most over-the-top documentary ever. Just so unnecessary. I'm going to hire Blur Studios to make custom animations. It's going to be fucking nuts. I'm going to totally forget about this idea probably by tomorrow, but goddamn it, for now it seems great to me. Yeah, I'm going to go say goodnight to Tiana real quick and fill up my water, and then we'll probably do this. Be right back. Thanks, Resub, Peanut, and Greg. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Jesus. Oh, goddamn sucks. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, man. Thank you. Thanks to resub zone. Appreciate the generosity. I don't even know how much that was, but thanks for the generosity, man. Oh. Hold on, one sec. Oh, these are great. I love these kind of videos. Thank you for making them. Yeah, I think House of Caravan would be an interesting one too. I'll think about doing it. Thanks for resub avocado. So this is just going to be outdated. Is there anything more recent for Super Mario Sunshine? I guess this one's a year old. Maybe this? 10 months? Thanks for resub Cyborg and Cornsbread. It hasn't changed a ton? Well, we'll see. I'll watch this one first. This is the most recent.
The speedrun categories for Super Mario Sunshine can be broken down into 3 different tier levels.
It's not outdated. The one from 4 years ago isn't outdated? Thanks to the bit Sleepy Tiger. Yeah, there's no chance this is still, like, current. But I guess this would... These don't seem to tell, like, the entire story. Thanks to the bits... I already said that. Okay, hold on. Let's do one more small one first. Since the Dead Space one wasn't super great. What's another shorter, interesting one? The man who broke Spyro in half. That sounds like he just murdered Spyro. Oh, and it's from Rixer. I mean, that's a pretty cool title. It sounds more like a threat or something, like I'm looking for a felon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Resub Reaver.
I'll admit it, glitch hunters are underappreciated. Every time a new record is set, a barrier has been broken, a lot of the time we cherish the players that broke through and pushed for the amazing feats. But in the background, there are tons of brainiacs in each respective community, working together and finding new tricks, optimizations, and sometimes coming up with a full reroute for an entire game. Without the creative minds of our communities, certain time barriers would not have been possible. Today, I want to shed light on one of speedrunning's most low-key, underappreciated glitch hunters. While glitch hunting is what the man in question is mainly known for, he's still a respectable runner and multi-time world record holder in his own right. He is somebody that just lets his discoveries and videos speak for themselves. Somebody that has saved multiple minutes in a plethora of games. Somebody with an eye for breakthroughs.
Elon
This
Musk.
is the story and legacy of Tuval.
Nice, fuck yeah. Second best. Thanks for the bits, Riot. The guy who stole $1.4 billion with a screwdriver. That sounds fucking awesome.
Let's
I'll do
take
that
it back
next.
to 2013. Around this time, a young man from the UK, our hero, Tuval, was getting into speedrunning. His primary speed game of choice was Spyro the Dragon for the PlayStation. He mainly started out with any percent and highlighted all of his PBs on his Twitch page, but later down the line he would pick up the 120% category where he would set his first world record. It was at this moment that he started uploading his runs to YouTube since he probably figured it was a better place to archive his stuff. He would lower his own 120% record multiple times from a 141 down to a 135. His movement and knowledge of the game was very apparent in these runs, and it was very clear that Tuval had a good grasp of how the game
Spyro
worked.
runs are pretty
Already
fucking
early
tough.
on in his career, he started experimenting
I
with
myself
smaller tricks
also
that would
have a
help
run
save
in
time
Spyro
80%
E the
and
D.
120% for Spyro. He would upload
think
various
it was
videos
like
to his
4
YouTube channel
minutes.
of neat optimizations, such as a damage boost from a
Thanks,
burning
Resub
dry
Infinite.
canyon, or a proxy off of the TNT barrel enemy in North Cove to skip the entire level. He would also propose new routes for certain levels, such as an early kill on the plane in Nasty's loot, granting you the key early, which would be useful for the 120% category. He also uploaded a video of a proposed alternate route for Dry Canyon in any percent. All of these smaller discoveries would just be the warm-up for Tuval, as his experience and knowledge was shining through, ultimately culminating in his first major discovery.
He better find a way to fucking glitch through everything, warp to the end. I think this gets down to like sub 10 minutes, doesn't it? I could be
For
thinking of
those
the wrong
unfamiliar
Spyro
with
though.
Spyro the
I think there's
Dragon,
2 of them
I'll
that are
explain how
sub 10
beating
minutes.
the game works first, as
One's
it's
Enter the
important
Dragon
context
and
for
one's
Tuval's
something
discoveries.
else.
This knowledge is somewhat transferable between all of the PS1 Spyro games, so keep all of what I'm about to say in mind. In Spyro the Dragon, there are 6 worlds you have to traverse through. In order to get to the next
Thanks,
world,
Resub
you have
Duluth.
to meet a specific requirement from the balloonist of each respective world. Sometimes it's needing to have freed a certain amount of dragons, other times it's gems or dragon eggs. The standard procedure of progressing through the game for homeworlds 1 through 5 is collecting stuff. Homeworld 6, or Nasty's World, works a bit different
F-Zero's
from the
a
other
cool one.
homeworlds in that
Yeah.
you can't just run around freely and enter whichever level you want. You are forced to reach the end portal of North Cove in order to unlock the next level. The way the level unlocks is linked to the big dragon heads in the homeworld. The mouth of the orange dragon will open once North Cove is complete. This leads into Twilight Harbor, and once that is complete, the mouth to the final boss, Nasty Nork, opens up as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's this one that gets to
The
sub
last
10
green
minutes.
dragon head is Nasty's Loot, a bonus level needed for the full 120% completion. So yeah, the objective is simple. Go through the levels, collect dragons, gems, and eggs until you reach Nasty's world, beat the 3 required levels there, and the game is complete.
F-Zero GX is still
On
active.
August 6th, 2013,
I'll have to check that out.
Tuval uploaded a video titled Nasty Nork Early. This showcased a video of Tuval reaching the Nasty Nork portal entrance by going through the top of the mount.
Wait, can you use save
With a
states in this
well-timed
run?
charge jump into a regular jump, you
Oh,
have
wait,
just
this
enough
isn't the
height to
run,
clip
he's just
through.
showing it off.
This was only possible on the European
I was about to
PAL
just
version
disqualify
because
this
Spyro
man's
jumps
run.
a couple of units higher. This, however, was later performed on the American NTSC U version as well. This skipped the need to play through Twilight Harbor to open the dragon head to Nasty Nork, which saved around 50 seconds in any percent. To quote Tuval, "To make sure I wouldn't be wasting my time trying to do something impossible, I used a cheat program that let me moon jump.
fuck,
I used this to check
he's a
to see
felon.
if anything in the hub lacked collision, giving potential to a possible skip. As luck would have it, the dragon head encasing the Nasty Nork portal lacked collision on top, unlike the other 2 dragon heads which were completely solid. After making this discovery, I was more determined than ever to find a way in.
Thanks to
before
Resub Holy Moly.
intended. Tuval would follow his amazing discovery up 2 months later on October 16th, 2013, with another video. This one titled Skipping Delbin, North Cove, and Twilight Harbor. Delbin refers to the dragon you rescue at the center of the homeworld. This shows Tuval doing a rat proxy to get on top of the North Cove portal, where you can then glide into Nasty Nork. This is unfortunately not viable for RTA. The proxy is simply too precise.
No.
But still an amazing find by Tuval, proving his
Sounds like they don't have
creativity
real
more than
gamers
really didn't give
yet.
him any options.
Where's Shockster when we
Tuval
need
said
him?
that these two discoveries was the inspiration to look for more now that he knew he was capable of finding
He's a
them.
tier 1 Leo.
And oh, how
Make your
right he
sub-electric.
was, because he would go on a complete rampage from here on out. Let's jump forward to the third Spyro game, Year of the Dragon, where Tuval's next big discovery would take place.
Alright, I'll look at this real quick and then go back. This has caught my attention.
Good afternoon. I'll admit it, glitch hunters are underappreciated.
The only esport played on Game Boy Advance. I used to fucking love this game. I played it myself, actually. A classic. I'll look at it in a little bit. I want to finish this one.
In order to beat this game,
orders.
you need to collect dragon eggs. To move from world to world, you need to collect the final dragon egg from each level, where a resident of that world will help you with the air balloon to reach the world's boss. You do this 3 times until you get to the 4th and final world, where the final boss, the sorceress, all of a sudden has a 100 egg requirement on the door. So you can't exactly just go to each level, go to the end, get the 1 egg, and leave. That would leave you severely under your required amount. So the speedrun consisted of getting the fastest 100 eggs, then going to the sorceress. It was Tuval's quest for glory to skip this 100 egg requirement barrier for the final boss fight.
Watch
It was
lady
already known for
breastfeeds
a while
cat
that
on
you
a
could
plane.
get on top of the
I already know
sorceress
about that
castle
story.
walls by doing something called a helmet proxy. By walking under the gladiator helmet that houses the Desert
Hey,
Ruins
summoning
portal,
salt, fuck
Spyro
yeah.
can be launched backwards up the
Love
wall
your
with a
content.
ton of speed.
Literally seen
This is
every single
because
video.
The game assumes Spyro to be stuck
Keep
under
up the great
helmet,
work.
thus trying to fling him out of there. A clever softlock prevention mechanism that speedrunners took advantage of. Once you have enough height, you can reach the castle walls. This was first showcased in a 2013 highlight from runner T-Smart.
Send me flying, damn it.
2013 was a wild year.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Let's go.
What was that?
Thanks a Prime Sour
I thought I
Oreo.
was doing like a extended super slide.
Tuval felt that T-Smart didn't really explore around the area very much, so he went to work. He got a helmet proxy onto the castle walls, and, well...
That's good to hear,
I'll
Colt.
just let this speak for itself.
I'm happy to hear that. That audio quality, it was 2013. Everyone was using dog shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he was recording this with a Dazzle Platinum.
On November 18th, 2013, the long-sought-after Sorceress skip was found by Tuval. A no-joke 28-minute time saver in any percent.
Oh.
The loading zone, for whatever reason, extends extremely far up above the portal, so if you can simply be right above the coordinates where the trigger is, you go into the boss. The current world record by Jeremy Thompson only collects 20 Dragon Eggs to complete the game with Sorceress.
Yeah, we finished The
at
Hobbit.
23:58.
Oh, hold on.
The skip.
Real quick, if you're still here, Summoning Salt, you should definitely check this out. I feel like this would be something you'd like. This video was a fucking masterpiece, man. 2 hours and 41 minutes of bliss. Yeah, so if you ever just have 2 hours you want to kill and you don't feel like seeing the new Matrix movie, check this bad boy out.
Skip was so influential and so game-changing that a 100 egg category was created on speedrun.com that doesn't allow the use of this glitch.
Hey,
This often
PH.
becomes the case for minigames once the any percent category becomes so short you hardly play the game at all. Tuval was really on fire around this time. He found a level skip for the first Spyro game, and a massive sequence break for the third game. Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, was sweating intensely. After the stunning work he had done on the other 2 titles,
I
it was
tried
inevitable
speedrunning
that
Ripto's
Spyro
Rage.
2 had something coming as well.
It's just too much for my
Tuval set
fucking
his
old
sights on what
reflexes.
many believed was
Everything in
an impossible
Spyro is
task.
pretty precise.
Gulp skip.
And I'm not good at it. I was talking about the Hobbit video we were watching. The history of the Hobbit speedrun.
In Spyro 2, the collectibles you need to beat the game are much simpler. 3 homeworlds with 3 big bosses. You need 6 talismans to get into Crush, 14 talismans to enter Gulp, and for the final boss Ripto, you need 40 of the 64 available orbs. A swim and air glitch in the 3rd homeworld was found quite early. This bypasses the 40 orbs for Ripto. A skip in a Crush
Spyro
was
glitches
also
are good.
found, which bypassed the need of the first homeworld's 6 talismans. But the issue was Gulp. There was not even a close to conceivable method of skipping into Gulp. The boss loading trigger is a huge pit sealed away by a wooden door. Skipping into Crush is also pointless since you need all 14 talismans for Gulp, and 6 of them are located in the first homeworld. The second homeworld, Autumn Plains, is where Gulp's Overlook is located, and getting in was going to be tough.
Not for Tuval, though, I'll tell you what. That man's gonna come here and just drop his dick on it. No doubt. The music is awfully somber. Is Tuval dead?
Is so well made compared to many other parts of the game. It's so huge, yet there are practically no holes, swim and air glitches, proxies, or anything really. I actually remember around 2011-2012 trying to look for Gulp Skip myself. I wasn't even speedrunning properly at the time, but I remember being completely stumped right away in my progress. I was hanging around a community who are more on the casual speedrunning side, with some occasional glitch hunting here and there. But even way back then, the word was still thrown around that Gulp Skip might be possible if you can reach the loading trigger, but reaching the loading trigger might be impossible. In literal years, nobody had managed to find anything resembling an out of bounds in Autumn Plains, so it seemed almost hopeless. I kid you not, 8 days after finding Sorceress Skip, Tuval had done it.
Nice, let's go Tuval.
He found a way to go early. He demonstrated his method with a 20-minute long highlight on his Twitch. I will shorten the footage down a lot, but I really want you to see this skip. It's just cosmic brain levels of creative.
So, I'll try to show you from the beginning actually. Basically involves this broken wall here,
I love the audio quality.
and you have to go to it from the other side.
Sounds just like a radio
So
malfunctioning.
stay here in case I fall. Now this is really hard. I'm not sure if I can show this again quickly. Wait, I'll just show you the position you end. You end up in this position, and then from here you can sort of you have to move even more, sort of not inbounds, but even more to the right.
So it's a tight wiggle.
You end up in this position like that if you do it right. And I'm not even sure how I got in this position, but I ended up here.
How do you feel about the lack of Beautiful Joe speedrunners? I can't imagine that's a good speedrun game.
Like that. I'm past the wall now. I'm past the broken wall, but I'm out of bounds, sort of, halfway. Wait, I'll show you the end of the skip. Like, I'll save state here. I'll show you the end. Like, so eventually you get like here, and you can just spam X, and hopefully get out of bounds. Just going to go.
Not bad!
One funny thing about all 3 skips that Tuval found, they're all relatively big notable run killers for the speedruns. Gulp Skip being no exception. People have gotten a lot better at it over the years, so it's not too difficult to perform, but doing it fast is the issue. The run now for Spyro 2 was essentially a boss rush. Once again, a category split was made once Gulp Skip was found, now with any percent and 14 talisman. If we jump
yeah, like I said, I tried to run
2014,
this game. It's really
Tuval
hard.
would start
It's
competing for the
really
world
fucking
record in
hard.
Spyro 2's any percent category, and would eventually be the first person to nail a sub 11, and then eventually the world's first sub 10 with
Did
a
it
run
actually?
of
Did I ever? I actually don't think I ever finished it. Let me see. Yeah, I only did E to D. This was a fun one though, because there's only one glitch you do, and you'll see it right here probably in this preview. Never mind, it cuts off. All you do is once the game starts, you run over to... I'll just show you. I love rain. This is about the limit of my talent. You just run over here, and you just clip to the final boss. This is about where I can live in Spyro speedrunning. That's about where my skill dissipates. I can press 2 buttons in the right spot. Ripto's Rage was too much for me. I thought maybe I'd finished it at some point, but I guess not.
941. The run garnered a lot of praise and decent views on YouTube. A huge barrier break like this is something we would have never seen coming just a couple of months ago. This run has the remarkable waterfall proxy to get into Ripto at the very end of the run. This skip is substantially more difficult than Gulp Skip to perform, but saves a huge chunk of time. Tuval essentially created the end of the road for Spyro 2 with the discovery of Gulp Skip. Today, the world record sits at 7:54 by Spora. 7 minutes is actually mind-blowing for a PS1 game. Tuval would do a full rotation back to his roots with the first Spyro game, to explore a skip that was considered theoretically possible and would save around 3 to 4 minutes in the 120% category. You need every gem, dragon, and dragon egg in the game in order to achieve the maximum 20%, and normally the final boss is just the
probably more than one Moxie in the world, I would guess.
But the boss drops 4 purple gems that count as 25 each. So normally, you kill the boss, and as he drops to the ground, the gems fly towards Spyro as he taunts Nasty Nork. The game fades out, and the final cutscene plays out. It is possible to die in the lava or in the out-of-bounds area next to Nasty Nork, but you need to be alive long enough for all the gems to be obtained. If you die too early, you won't get all the gems, and if you're still alive by the time the fade out approaches, the cutscene will play. So of course, Tuval set out to find a way, nearly another week after finding Gulp Skip. To say that he was on fire is now a severe understatement at this point.
40 views.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Is that it? Was that it?
Tuval once again did another proxy jump by gliding into Nasty Nork's body at the right time, and at the precise moment he got flung back, flamed to hit Nasty as he flies away. The launch was just right to give him all the gems and skip the final cutscene and the credits sequence. The clip you just saw was the first time it was ever performed, but this method of doing it has since been obsoleted. The new and consistent way involves getting a proxy still off of Nasty Nork, to go out of bounds, gliding a full 180, and then barely scraping below the lava to hit Nasty Nork, and then flying into the part where you came from into the lava. Once you hit Nasty Nork, you lose control of Spyro, so your angle has to be just right to hit the lava at the correct moment. Just like that, Tuval skipped the need for watching the credits at the end of the game, usually taking several minutes. 4 massive skips.
The credits are a several minute time loss?
Earth-shattering changes to how the Spyro games were ran. He left his mark in history, but what he would go on to find after his Spyro discoveries is something I don't think anybody could have seen coming. Tuval would shift his focus away from Spyro to pursue probably the most sought-out after skip in any game around 2014. I'm talking about Gelato Beach skip in Super Mario Sunshine.
Oh, so he wasn't just a Spyro guy. Oh, he went all the way to Super Mario Sunshine.
Beach
Where does he
is
stop?
a bit different from the other levels in that the 8th
Did you find that Wind Waker skip with the 1,000-year or the
tube. If you could just get into this glass tube somehow and collect the shine, you would unlock episodes 1 through 7 of Gelato Beach. This means you can select the 7th episode, beat Shadow Mario, and that's all you would have to do for this level. This would cut out episodes 1 through 6, which are all more or less boring auto-scrollers. So it was crazy when we all woke up one morning and saw this.
Then one day, along comes the Spyro speedrunner. That's right, the long sought-after Gelato Beach skip, or GBS, was found on February 21st,
I can't believe that's 7 years ago.
Who doesn't even run SMS. This just goes to show that sometimes having a fresh pair of eyes is exactly what you need to solve a problem, and if he or she is already a talented glitch hunter, that also helps.
SMS was and still is one of my favorite games to watch. In any percent, Gelato Beach was a generally disliked stage due to the annoying mirror shine and the Sandbird autoscroller, so most people wouldn't miss it if it was bypassed. I had known about Gelato Beach skip theoretically being possible to skip for a while, but I thought that given how popular a speed game it is, many people would have tried and failed to find a way to skip it, and I'd bring nothing new to the table. However, after finding major skips in the Spyro games, I had more confidence in my abilities to glitch hunt, and I finally gave it a look. I think I spent 2 or 3 solid days looking for GBS. Most of that time was spent on unsuccessful attempts trying to clip through the glass
GBS
using
also
the
stands for Guillain-Barré
Once I had
syndrome.
the idea to use the coconut, it didn't take me long at all before
That's
I managed
what,
to actually clip
when you
through
get
the
like a
roof.
flu shot, it's a
The setup
potential side
involved ledge
effect.
grabbing the edge of the roof and centering the camera
Just a little
to
fun
perfectly
trivia fact,
align
I
the
guess.
camera so Mario wouldn't get pushed to the side as he ran into the coconut. As soon as I found it, I uploaded a vid to YouTube and posted it to a Spyro speedrunning Skype group. Jumpyluff then sent it to Samurai Man on Twitter for me because I didn't have Twitter at the time. To this day, this moment is still the highlight of my speedrunning career.
It also stands for great ball sucking. That is also true. Good point. Good point.
And rightfully so, the skip was met with universal praise from runners of SMS, but also from viewers and top runners of other speedrun communities. The skip would total in a 10-minute time save for any percent, and would skip the most boring world in the run. Okay, quick little fun story I thought I'd go into regarding another skip Tuval found. Around the same time Gelato Beach skip was found, Tuval also found a 50-second time saver in Spyro Answer the Dragonfly, which is a notoriously disliked and buggy game. The any percent category was already only 2 minutes long and consisted of going to a different
Yeah, I did this one.
air, and then you fly into the final boss.
No, it was even easier.
Tuval
Yeah.
found out
Oh,
you
he
can
found
simply
it?
Head bash through the floor. Into the final
I used
boss loading
that.
zone.
I did that.
I'm actually serious. Look how long it takes from gaining control of Spyro to entering the final
Let's
boss.
go. I bet he gets it first try. It took me two. Man, I'm such a bitch. I should just rerun that game.
It's a joke. Tuval finished this run you're currently watching with a new world record time of 1 minute and 9 seconds. This game sucks. Don't play it.
Hey, what the fuck?
Years would go by.
You're
and
talking
Tuval
to a
would go
top
on to
50
post
Into the
smaller
Dragonfly
bite-sized clips of
speedrunner right
skips
here.
and optimizations he found in various games, such as Super Mario Odyssey and the new Link's Awakening remake on his two Twitter accounts @2vol_ and @2vault. He would go on to find a pretty big glitch in the Link's Awakening remake that allows you to walk on one tile higher than Link's height. This was first showcased in a clip on his Twitter, where by killing Link mid-jump and getting his dead body pushed by an attacking fox, he landed on the sign where afterwards he got revived by medicine. Another runner used Tuval's discovery to find out that this could be used to enter the 4th dungeon early. Tuval also found what is known as a like-like launch, which is where a chicken is used to redirect the direction Link is thrown after being spat out by a like-like. The height from this is enough to get on top of the trees and is used early in the run to enter the 2nd dungeon without needing to rescue Bow Wow, saving around a minute. Tuval claims that there is also one really big sequence break out there that would break Link's Awakening like no other. The current GBS of Link's Awakening is Early Rooster. The Rooster has been the source of so many late game skips and glitches that accessing it as early as before D3 would break the game open even more. All the pieces of the puzzle
I
for
saw
Early
Meat Canyon's
Rooster
drawing. It
has
was
been
great.
solved,
I think the tier 1
except
signal.
actually getting into the Rooster Cave without needing the level 2 bracelet to move the statue blocking the stairs. Please go ahead and drop Tuval a follow on his Twitter pages. With what we've seen today, he could just drop Early Rooster on us tomorrow. Or perhaps another major sequence break. Time will tell what's next up his sleeve. So, I'll end the video on this. Perhaps the most crazy story of all. Let's go back a bit in the video, where I talked about a particular rat proxy in Spyro 1 that allows you to skip both North Cove and Twilight Harbor. Well, 2 months after finding Gelato Beach skip in SMS, Tuval found an alternate way to enter Nasty Nork early without completing North Cove or Twilight Harbor first. This would widely be known in the community as Coveless, and is insanely hard. So hard, in fact, that the current world record doesn't do it.
Oh.
As mentioned before, Tuval is also a very good speedrunner, and was a top-level player in Spyro 1 for a while. In 2016, Tuval wanted to come back to Spyro 1 to compete for the record. He started up another attempt just as usual. It was a pretty average run with some minor time losses in the first 2 worlds. In World 3 he was ahead by a tiny amount, but the run crumbled by the 4th and 5th world, being behind by half a minute.
They do
He
rat
was
proxy now.
simply too far
Do they?
behind, so pretty much everyone thought the run was dead, except for one drunk individual in the chat. Entering Nasty's world, Tuval glances the chat.
Thanks, you said
Do
unoriginal.
Coveless and BP. PB. Sorry, drunk. Well, to be honest with you, I don't know if Tuval had plans to go for it anyway, or if he really listened. But I assure you, I wasn't ready.
This would be the easiest Kovlis of his goddamn life.
What? Hello?
Free.
Okay.
Thanks to Prime Almighty.
Not like this.
Get excited! God damn it, Tuval, get wild. Fucking flip your table over or something. Let's get crazy. Sometimes speedrunners just don't have enough hype.
Well then.
Now break something to celebrate.
Tuval pulled it all the way back, saving an insane amount of time with a first try Kovlis, resulting in a new world record by 4 seconds. This is the only time
Anything
in existence
short, Colt.
that
Maybe
Kovlis
Outlast.
is in somebody's PB, and even after 4 years when this was first set, this run is still a top 3 time. A testament to Tuval's skill and understanding of the game. Maybe most importantly, clutch factor. I honestly thought Kovlis was going to become the standard to do in runs after this, but it seems that this run really was ahead of its time. If someone could nail a perfect run with Kovlis, 37 is out there surely. But as it stands right now, Tuval is the only person who has nailed it. Call it accident? I say it's fate. Well, that was the story of Tuval. He doesn't stream on Twitch or post to his Twitter that much anymore, but I'd still give him a follow for his contributions to all the games he's laid his hands on.
Good work, Tuval.
You might just witness a new discovery if you're lucky. You might also witness him doing attempts of something again. His streams were super cozy and very laid back. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe as there is more speedrun history and lore coming to this channel very soon. Thank you so much to my continued and new supporters over at Patreon. I really appreciate your kindness even with the state of the world currently. If you want to support me, you can chip in $2 a month to get your name in my next video. But of course, no pressure. Just make sure you stay indoors and wash your hands. In any case, I hope you enjoyed the video. There will be more coming soon.
Nice. People always ask how you find glitches. I mean, I don't know if you guys knew this, but back in 2008, 2009, I had my own glitching clan. We were chaotic glitchers, and I found a lot of glitches used in those games. Gears of War, Halo, and Call of Duty 4. I got my thoughts out of order, so I thought I'd name the games first, and then said I found a lot of glitches in those games, but I said that part first, so then the games, things just didn't flow properly there. But I found a lot of glitches back then. The way you find glitches is you just activate 100% of your brain. You have to fire every neuron. Like, a lot of people just, I don't know, I don't think they have what it takes, just not smart enough. But then some people are just born with a gift. You ever play World at War on the DS? No. I've never had a DS. And I've seen that audition trees. Alright, I want to see this now. I'm so deep in this fucking rabbit hole of, like, gaming documentaries now. The only esport played on a Game Boy Advance, and this game slaps. I used to play this game a lot. I used to play this and a game called, I think it was just called Dodgeball. Actually, let me look it up. Those were like the only 2 games I like ever got into on the Game Boy Advance. Super Dodgeball Advance. Yeah, I played the fuck out of this. There were some cheaters in this game though. Like there was some AI in here that was just programmed to not lose under any circumstance. So I'd just be banging my head against a wall for hours in this one. But Battle Network was great.
Today, we're going to be looking at an esport unlike any other. It's a game set in the Mega Man universe that was originally made to be a fun, collect-em-all single-player experience. It's a game that was released for the Game Boy Advance. It's a game that more than 20 years after its original release has a competitive scene that spans the globe and is still growing. The game we're talking about is Mega Man Battle Network.
That's not that small. What was that, 15K on Reddit? That's really not bad. That's probably more than like Overwatch active users at this point, so this is pretty solid.
The game we're talking about is Mega Man Battle Network, which was Capcom's attempt to compete with games like Pokemon, but that ended up becoming a melting pot of game genres that makes it wholly unique in the world of video games. This is Mega Man Battle Network. Mega Man Battle Network was developed by Capcom and was originally intended to be a horror game, one where the player would have a heartbeat monitor hooked up to their body and plugged into their Game Boy, which would affect what happened in the game itself. However, during the development process, card games started to become really popular, and Capcom wanted to break into that market. With one of their strongest IPs being Rockman, the Japanese name for Mega Man, it was a no-brainer that a collect-em-all type game should be centered around their perennial franchise. Departing from the 2D platforming that defined Mega Man, this game was created with a new mentality. In an interview with Rockman Corner, one of the programmers who worked on the game, Koetsu Matsuda, said that the team's philosophy was to, quote, make a game where a kid who's not great at the action can rely on strategy instead.
What if they suck at strategy too? What if they just dog shit all around?
Battles were more about being smart and tactical, rather than just having good reactions and hand-eye coordination. In 2001, Capcom released Rockman EXE, the game's Japanese title. To the rest of the world, 2001 was the year they first got to play Mega Man Battle Network. The first thing we have to address is what Battle Network is exactly.
So it's a fighting game where you're using cards, but also it's actually boxing. In between the real-time sections, you have turns where you have to go back and start choosing your hand.
Okay, so imagine chess, but it's a video game and a card game.
I do like all of that.
Okay,
that all sounds very nice.
All that down a little bit. First,
maybe
the
I'll have to
game is
compete.
played on a grid, hence being similar to chess. The core game is built around collecting chips, which can be anything from abilities to stat boosters to new attacks for your character. Basically, chips are cards and have to be grinded out and unlocked before they can be used. In this way, Battle Network is an RPG. Chips go into a folder which acts like a deck, so it's also like a card game. But battles aren't turn-based, it's real-time. There's frame data, mind games, and a substantial amount of requisite game knowledge. This real-time combat is why it's like a fighting game. But unlike fighting games, rounds aren't continuous. Instead, they're organized into 15 segments, during which chips are chosen at random.
I don't remember it being like
and
this.
A set number can be selected for the upcoming round. After 15 seconds of battling, everything stops, the player can select new chips, and the next round begins. For this reason, the game is like boxing. Basically, it's unlike any game you've ever played, and 20 years on, it still has a committed and growing competitive scene. Battle Network's history can be segmented into 3 distinct eras. The first is the GameFAQs era. For those of you who have been around for a while, you probably know what GameFAQs is. For those who don't, it was a forum used by anyone and everyone to discuss pretty much every game imaginable. Strategies, theory crafting, lore. GameFAQs was the place to talk about your favorite games with like-minded people. So it's unsurprising that the Battle Network community found something of a home on GameFAQs. While most of the discourse was about the single-player mode, there were some who theorized about builds that might be competitively viable. Guides would come out, cases would be made for why X build would work very well in a PvP setting, and most people took these guides as gospel. Unfortunately, being a Game Boy Advance game, it was very, very difficult to test out these theories, as tournaments for GBA games were few and far between. As online play became more prevalent, it quickly became apparent that these theorized best builds did not hold up when it came time to actually play.
No.
Because you had to play face-to-face with the link cable, there wasn't actually that much playtesting going on. Ones that actually could be played online, there was 2 problems. One, there was lag. That was obviously unplayable for people and changed the games. But the second bit was that a lot of the theories just didn't hold up at all because it was kind of creative without any playtesting. It actually discouraged a lot of the fans from continuing to play the game because they just assumed that the theory crafting on the GameFAQs guides wasn't actually correct, that the game must be unbalanced.
Because real-world results didn't exactly match up with the GameFAQs theory crafters, people started saying that the game was unbalanced and competitively unviable.
It probably was.
Due
it was
to
made
this
for
mindset,
kids
many
on a
players
Game Boy.
simply stayed away from PvP altogether, and the game's competitive scene never really took off. Well, that and the fact that getting the game running online was an absolute nightmare. On top of the difficulties of finding people and getting a VPN up and running, the actual emulator that everyone was using, VBA Link 1.8, was not exactly the most legitimate. It was a program that someone made for a college project back in 2004 and hadn't really been updated since.
What kind
Thankfully,
of college
the program was made to be open
would
source
ask
and
something
readily
like
available
that?
to the community.
The
But
professor just loved
unfortunately,
Mega Man?
The emulator is so old that most of the source files have been lost to time, meaning that getting in and tinkering with the emulator is pretty much impossible. So, what do you do when you hit a roadblock like this?
Coding
Build your own
class?
road, of course. Much like the Super
Alright,
Smash
I'll pose
Bros.
this to the chat, I suppose. I fucking took a coding class. Back when I was a digital art major, I also had to take coding. You know what they made me do for coding? They made me make, like, a picture of Link out of code. Like, the coding wasn't create something like this, where you're making online functionality for a fucking Game Boy on the computer. They just told me, hey, can you make this picture? And that was as far as my coding went. Do you guys, like, I'm assuming we have, like, some people still in university doing coding classes. Do you guys, like, have tough assignments where it's like, hey, can you do something cool, like, let me play Mega Man Battle Network with my friends across the globe? Oh yeah, I guess it could just be like a higher level class. Mine was more introductory. Thanks, Risa, babe. Okay. So it seems like I just had a shit course, from what it sounds like. Awesome. But if I ever have to code Link,
There's Melee community
I wouldn't
and
be able
Slippy,
to. It's
diehard
been
fans
fucking
of Battle
7
Network
years.
have taken it
I
upon
don't remember
themselves
how.
to create their own build of the game, complete with rollback netcode and online matchmaking. But more on that later. Right now, we're still in the late 2000s, stuck using the only emulator that was compatible with the GBA Wi-Fi adapter. All of these reasons contribute to this being known as the Dark Ages, when there was no centralized place for BN players to congregate, no easy way to find other BN competitors, and no real community to speak of. To find someone to play against, you had to look really deep and basically pray that someone, somewhere, would have a server up and running.
It was actually crazy. Like, you would just find stray YouTube comments being like, hey, if someone still plays this game, like, here's my server and here's my password. When I found out you could play the game online, I was like so excited. And when
that
I
looks
found the
busted.
first human being to
Whatever
play,
that was.
the game ran at 2%.
The
They
man
were
just
using, like,
hit him with a
save file
fucking
that they
nuke.
got off of the internet, and it was hacked to have 9999 HP. It was running at 2% the entire time, and I played that thing out, and I was just like, this is the best thing ever.
Thanks, Risa
Not much
Bloxer.
happened during this era. In 2009, Battle Network 6 was the last game in the series to be released, and while it was hailed as the most balanced and competitive of the entire franchise, most people focused on the single-player experience. Especially since, to play competitively, you'd have to unlock your own chips on your own game, before even attempting to play against other people. This meant that the competitive barrier for entry was grinding hours upon hours of single-player to even start building a folder.
Fucking
So,
wrecked them.
years
God
went by,
damn.
and there was very little in the way of a North American competitive scene. But then, in 2015, a player named Megamaster X announced on Reddit that he
That's
was
a great
hosting
name.
an online tournament with prizes. Seasoned competitors, fans of Battle Network, and fans of Mega Man in general leapt at the opportunity to get their hands on some otherwise unattainable Mega Man swag. Pretty quickly, the event had more than 60 people signed up, which is pretty good for a title that otherwise had no community surrounding it. Unfortunately, when tournament day rolled around, some of the problems that made BN so difficult to play became readily apparent. Setting up the emulator, especially for new players, was a nightmare. Games would often lag, desync, or be utterly unplayable, and a number of matches during the tournament had to be decided pretty much through a coin toss. On top of this, many players dropped out after seeing how competitive the community could be. Many who signed up initially were just casual fans who thought that the event would be just for fun. But there
No,
were many
there
who
is
had been in the
nothing
community
just for
years
fun when it
and
comes
were
to
ready try
gaming.
their hardest. At the end of
Fucking
the day,
trust
of
me.
the 60 who signed up, only 37 players ended up competing, which is, honestly, pretty good. And this tournament, as rough around the edges as it was, gave way to something much bigger than anyone could have ever expected. N1GP.
The N1GP originally was a Skype group that we used to kind of corral everybody. It was a really weird time in the community. We were just very much getting our sea legs from both a broadcast or a standpoint, a rules standpoint.
Megamaster X was not finished after just one tournament. Carrying forward the momentum from this last event, N1GP was founded and has since become a mecca for Battle Network players.
Nice.
Whether you're looking for people to play against, want to talk strategy, or you're just getting into the game for the first time, N1GP has pretty much everything you could ever need.
We have extensive guides, tons of information, data on individual chips, certain interactions, you name it. Like we basically have an encyclopedia of content, and it's all thanks to the community. And that's really what the N1GP is about.
However, as we've already talked about, the online experience
I'd like to see
leaves a lot to be desired.
A match
So one
now.
player took it upon himself to completely rebuild one Battle Network game and turn it not just into a serviceable online experience, but a really, really good one. Mars is a part of the N1GP R&D team and has been working on completely redoing Battle Network 3 to include rollback netcode and automatic matchmaking. If you watch our video on Slippy for Super Smash Bros. Melee, or any of our videos on Power Rangers or Guilty Gear, you'll know just how important it is to have rollback netcode. Mars's current goal is to make a build of the game that is stable and readily available to anyone, and then apply the same principles to Battle Network 6, the most popular title in the series. Hopes are that in a couple of months, public matchmaking for BN6 will be a reality, and hosting online tournaments with rollback netcode would make hosting tournaments even more viable. The prospect of
seems
good,
like
clean online play
well, I'll have
is
to look, but it
especially
seems like a lot of
important when you take into
RNG.
consideration how international this scene really is.
So, you know, our top players, we have people in California, we have people in Canada on the opposite side, we have people in New York, you know, we have people in Central America, we have people in Brazil, we have some players coming in from the Japanese scene, which is really cool to see. It would be great to do a meetup and, you know, have a battle of the Titans one day, but we're
Depends
not
on the
there
chips.
yet. It's a bit expensive to get to that point.
Being originally a Japanese title, there's quite a large Japanese community that, for years, existed with little to no connection to the North American scene. This is where Aqua, a Japanese player, is instrumental in bridging the two communities together. After their first tournament, N1GP hosted an event with a Japanese rule set, and Aqua came and beat all of North America's best players.
Yeah, Aqua, he somehow caught us on Twitch during one of our early tournaments, and he was so excited that there was an international scene, and he joined the next tournament and he got first place. Yeah, so
Well,
the tournament
yeah,
we
probably
won,
been training
we
for a long
actually
time.
We're really excited that the Japanese community found us, and we organized our first mod card tournament. That's the Japanese exclusive format. You know, it was kind of his home turf, but it was a great learning experience for us as well.
Since then, the two communities have become much more tight-knit, and BN events have taken on a variety of new rule sets. The biggest change
Jesus
has been
Christ.
the shift away from closed sets
How much
and
health
the
do they have?
adoption of open sets. Closed set formats are tournaments where, going into a match, you don't know what chips your opponent is holding. This makes it viable to sometimes run folders that aren't considered meta, as you can take your opponent by surprise. However, closed sets also lead
I'm
to
not
some
hosting a
unsportsmanlike
Battle Network
conduct
tournament. This
in
is
the
way too
community.
much for
In
my little
tournaments,
brain.
Players would be allowed to bring 2 folders, and
But it
could,
looks cool.
if they wanted to, hard counter one specific
I remember when
person
I
to take
played it,
them
I
out
just
of the event.
fucking hammer A.
Unfortunately for this player,
Whatever
there would
chips
be
I
no
had.
way to prepare against it, as they would have no idea what chips their opponent is playing with. Closed sets also led to players scouting out other players before their matches to gain a competitive edge come game time. All of these underhanded dealings led to a rise in the popularity of open sets, a format in which players on both sides know, prior to each round, exactly what their opponent is holding.
All of our setups are visible to each other. It's not double-blind matches. So we go into it knowing the other player's strategy, or at least we know what their strategy
Jenkins.
might look like.
I was in Jenkins
and so
when I went
you
to
go in
UT.
fighting Nerith, and you're like, oh, this clown doesn't even have an anti-damage. This is gonna be easy. And then you're dead.
This means that winning is less about preparation and scouting, and more about folder building and actually being good at the game. With more people coming into the community, competition has also been on the rise. New players have been coming out of the woodwork, like Zero Guy, who showed up out of nowhere and started winning everything. All of this growth and intermingling between communities culminated in early 2021, as Capcom and the community were gearing up to celebrate Battle Network's 20th anniversary.
Capcom was celebrating it?
Anniversary. That's for the
That's
entire
cute.
series, and that's something
Capcom
that
doesn't
tends to
celebrate
celebrate
shit.
for their franchises. We had something planned, you know, just a big tournament. We also had the Capcom accounts tweeting it out on Twitter, and that really helped with the outreach. Yeah, so it was a 3-week event. The combination of the awesome all-star casting crew we had on top of just the really cool matches that were being played. But yeah, that event was really successful and I'm quite happy with it.
The event was a celebration of everything Battle Network, and the main event was a tournament featuring some of the best players in the world. The eventual
their
victor
bracket's
of the
kinda
event
cool.
was a player named Symes, who was using a folder
That's cute.
that was completely off meta and somehow found success with it. The fact that a player can come into an event using a folder that, by all accounts, simply shouldn't work is a testament to how deep and intricate Battle Network really is. The game's meta is being pushed further and further every day and shows no signs of slowing down or stagnating.
I want to
Not
see one of
bad
these
for a
matches.
title released more than a decade ago. The Mega Man Battle Network scene has survived over the years due to a global...
Let's see. What's the most recent one? The fall of Mega Man Battle Network.
Due to a global community of unbelievably
did it fail
dedicated
after this
players.
video came
They've
out or
gone through
something?
good times, survived hardships, and flourished in the unlikeliest of circumstances. 20 years on, and this Game Boy Advance game has found a new life in N1GP, and all of the communities around the world who are still playing after all this time.
How about
So
this?
that's really it. Like, if there is something to highlight,
This is it,
it's
right?
the community.
The N1 Grand
because
Prix?
the community has grown, and it has. You know you have
N1GP.
something good
That's the
when the
channel.
community grows legs, and people are passionate about it and join up and want to learn more about it. It's the best thing ever.
Before we end this video, I'd like to give a huge thanks to Mega Master X.
That's pretty interesting. I want to see one of these matches. New Blood Moon Cycle. Or New Moon Cycle Blood Moon. Okay, let's see who wins. Let's go to Grand Finals. Sharona versus Alri. I don't think I'll be able to. I don't think I'll be able to process what's going on, but I'm gonna
I
try.
love Poison Fields, personally.
I bet you do. I really do. I really bet you do.
I love Poison Fields. I love about them.
I mean, okay, I like them too, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're pretty cool.
Thanks, resub Kevin. So the field is poisoned. I get that.
Was just searching for that charge shot connect. Maybe not able to find it, so just uses the wind rack to deal with the barrier 200.
Oh,
Last man
Last Man
destroys that sensor.
Yeah, fuck. I don't know what the fuck is
Last Man
happening.
Such a great utility.
Shit.
And it was in the perfect position to do not only damage to the player itself, but also their summon. That was really cool.
Thanks, the resub, Amy. Yeah, that's a big brain kind of game. I'd have to like actually learn about it in order for that to make any sense to me. I swear the deepest games are made by accident. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Thanks to Prime Relic. And the resub, Chasey. This shit looks like early 2000s, late 90s. Bro, it's a Game Boy Advance game. It was literally made in the early 2000s, late 90s. I think it came out in 2001. Did you ever play Metabots? I used to love Metabots. Let me see if that still has a flourishing community. A 10-hour Metabots speedrun? Jesus Christ! Oh god, that theme song's so good. Thanks a Prime Potato.
That's cool. That's cool. Still go. Missile. I click the right attack. Sick.
I actually had that figurine.
Probably win.
The like yellow guy.
Cool.
I probably still have it somewhere. This guy.
Haniwa's parts. Anything. Not the one I wanted, but sure. Works.
So what is the sad state of Metabots games? I thought Metabots crash and burned instantly. I imagine it would be a very sad state.
Send me to the Shadow Realm meta beat. Pull the trigger!
Thanks for gifts of shrooms. Oh, it's still so nostalgic, even though I just heard it.
Oh, that's nostalgic.
I just said that!
You could load up a needle with that and stick me 8 times. Metabots is so cool, man. Seriously, how many kids' toy animes were actually selling something interesting? Something not immediately ridiculous. Let's see, we got Tops, but epic. Okay. We got some kind
Yeah.
of transforming ball. That was Bakugan, everyone. Very
I don't really...
long-lived.
I don't remember Bakugan very
And
well.
this one's just marbles. Like your little robot thing, that's a marble launcher. That's what it does.
Thanks, Risa Byochi.
It's marbles! Oh yeah? Metabots, or Metarot in Japan, is a franchise about customizable battling robots. Start with a frame, slap on some guns, and bam, you're ready to
Yeah,
attack the
fuck
school
yeah, it was
bullies
cool.
with real bullets. Metabots can kill children.
Thanks, Resub
Okay,
Zephyr.
they can't because of some basic rules written into their system, but it's a lot funnier saying that Metabots can kill children! Now, a series that cool ain't without games, and let me tell you, there's a pile. It's mostly RPGs, to
Is
be
there?
fair. A lot of turn-based, battling, part collecting, party customizing RPGs, and they've been going for a while in Japan. And it's a little frustrating because, as we've established, Metabots was cool. It had an anime, it had cards, it had collectibles. I remember thinking, damn, this is gonna be the next Pokemon.
Yeah, I used to love Zoids.
So instead, the West got 3 bad games and nothing else dead. Some say it's better to have loved and lost than never loved at all. I say I'm about 15 corpses deep in the fandom graveyard and can no longer feel. So here we are, with the table scraps. Well, let's see. The first thing I'd want in a Metabots game, because they're sweet customizable
Thanks,
battling
Resub Jinx.
robots, is the ability to control my Metabot. Now, to be fair, you'll need an approximately 6 decimal IQ to understand the Metabots franchise. So the first entry we got was a remake of Metabot.
Hey, some guy,
2,
we just
slapped
watched a
into
little
a
speed run
GBA
here.
cartridge. It loosely
10
retells
hours.
bits of the anime and might be a ton of fun to some. So in Metabots, an RPG
Well,
adventure,
yeah, one
you
guy
roll
in
around
particular,
town
at
looking
least.
for things to do, maybe explore a bit. Okay, try to keep it together. Old RPGs are the best because you don't talk to every NPC for valuable information. You talk to every NPC to see what chaotic evil dialogue the board devs hid away. It's like landmines, you know, nothing to see, and then make no mistake, man's trying to f a robot. Holy Metaroli. Yeah, you said it, Icky. Now, Icky's a bit of a
So we only
he
got
wants a
Game Boy
Metabot, but he
games?
doesn't have enough money. His mom wants him to buy dinner, a little spice-a-roni. Okay, and hands him $50. So he does what any responsible kid does and gets roped into buying a dangerous Metabot, complete with submachine gun and missile launcher, and gets to keep the change.
God, that's
Man, I
cool.
swear, $50
Metabots
for
was
Metabeat.
great.
Just oh! So instead of beating his ass, his parents let him live out his dream of screwing around with dangerous machinery, and hey, I'm here for that, okay? I like Beyblade. I actually get the toy anime thing, but nothing trumps blowing everyone else's robots to smithereens, having multiple girlfriends, and pocketing everyone's lunch money. Dang, $50 really can change a life. Unfortunately, the game isn't very cool, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, the game
Battles are
kinda looked like shit.
relay races where you race to take your turn, then fire. You can fire different weapons and hit different parts. Sometimes you gotta pull enemy bots apart piece by piece, and sometimes they'll die in one crit. But the best and worst part of this
Thanks,
whole
Risa
system
Blando.
is not having to control it. Battles are painfully slow, especially when headshots aren't on the table, so you end up watching these running animations till you're dizzy and snoring through the regular animations. Thank God for auto mode. And I don't mean to be rude here. If you like this game, I'm glad. It's just that every single battle
Well, you're
plays
wrong
out
to like it.
almost identically, and nothing
How about
interesting
that?
really happens.
We'll see.
Like at all. By the end game, you're supposed to be loaded up with 3 fully customized Metabots, paying attention, wrecking, reveling in all your hard work, right? But to
Oh,
get
so there was a
there, you have
couple
to
games.
slog through area after.
Yeah. Metabots had a cool show, and the toys were cool. I don't think I ever played any of the games. I think Metabots could have had a bright future. Oh, I loved Custom Robo. Oh, fuck, that game was good. I remember playing Custom Robo and watching Mystery Men, that Ben Stiller movie. That also had Cal from Kenan and Kel, who was Invisible Man. Oh my god, it's a weird, obscure memory. But yeah, this game slapped. This game was good. Thanks to Prime Shinobi. I'm speedrunning every game for the GameCube. Holy fuck, what an undertaking.
Custom Robo is a really fun game. In order to progress to different stages or dialogues, every single person in the room or area has to be spoken to. This first area isn't too large, so the person we talk to...
I wonder what the
There's
meta
something going
is.
on back at our against two mysterious men who appear to be another turn, and this will finish off the fights a bit faster. Towards the end of
Oh,
the
we don't
turn
even
at
get to
home
see the fights here. It's just a full overview. Let's see. I want to see what the meta is. I remember missiles were really good. Yeah.
Immediate down. There we go. I'm happy with that now. Like that, you saw just
Yeah,
like that,
that's
down.
about what I
Repeat that
expected.
7 times, you're dead. The shotgun does a lot of damage, and it does fixed damage as well. So
Holy
it's
fuck, I
also
forgot about this.
unfortunately
How do you forget about
range,
Custom
which is,
Robo, man?
Shotgun, it does that. I love how this game like kind of encapsulates the 90s a bit. I'm going after yellow.
The purple dragon machine gun was sick. That was good, yeah.
A little bit more brittle, but he also has a worm gun, which is extremely annoying.
Oh god, this game was so good.
Definitely get that vibe here. Well, the thing is, I remember back in the day when wearing overalls was the thing.
This speedrun looks like shit, but god, the game was good.
You can see him wearing his overalls with one shoulder.
Thanks, resub Trey.
buckled up. So
I'm surprised so many people played it.
Egyptian dance.
I thought it was a more obscure title, but I guess not. Almost everyone in the chat recognizes the game. That's good. I'm surprised it didn't have a sequel or anything. Is it tier 116? We can go even further back. Did anyone play Virtual On? This was kind of like Custom Robo on the Dreamcast. Wonder if this has a speedrun. My favorite arcade game. Yeah, I never actually played the cabinets. Yeah, for some reason it just keeps bringing up Trackmania. Maybe I need the hyphen. Nah, it didn't do anything to help. This is about the best we're gonna get.
Ravages by Sega.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Flooded City. Get ready.
God, this is intense. In my memories, this game looked a lot different.
Airport. Get ready.
He's fucking him up, though. I remember the ending's a bunch of pink lasers, right? I think so. I think the final boss is just a series of pink lasers. Thanks to tier 1 Jack. Oh, I missed it.
Nirvana. Get ready.
Maybe not. This is not it. Man, gaming was so different back then. Holy shit. I haven't seen that game in a long time. Thanks to the resub comment. I bet it's still fun. Dynasty Warriors Gundam. You ever play Mega Man Legends 2? I don't think so. Have you ever played Beaten Kaitos on the GameCube? No, but I know the speedrun for Beaten Kaitos is 140 something hours. Or more, I don't remember. You ever play Klonoa? Oh my god, yeah, that was on the PS2, right? That's the, like, rabbit furry. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember this. This game sucked. This game is trash. But the visuals were cool. What's the speedrun record? Is this the record? No, it can't be. Let's find out. Wow, there was a lot of Klonoa. This is the one I remember. Hour 34. Jesus. There's only 6 runners. I thought this was popular. Wasn't this a PS2 launch title? Yo, iNinja. iNinja's great. Love iNinja. I used to play that before school. God, that shit was wonderful. Oh my lord, it's even longer. Thanks to resub Lemon Limes and Somatic. I thought this was also pretty obscure, but I guess not. I think the reason I think most of these games are obscure is because back then you couldn't really talk about gaming at school, or else you get bullied. How times have changed. Like, if you brought up games, people would make fun of you for it. So I just never really got to talk about any games. So I just assumed every game I played, it was just me. That's why I always feel so, like, weird when people insult kids for liking Fortnite. We're finally at a point where gaming is a socially normal thing that people openly talk about. Because back in, like, early 2000s, even, like, mid-2000s there, if you brought up, like, any games at school, people just laughed at you. Thought less of you. Shit's mad different now.
Way too much time lost there.
Is this a cool speedrun at least? Or is it shit? I have always been lame. I am before my time. Yeah, you're a pioneer, man. Keep up the good work. Thanks, resub Bo. I want to play through this game again at some point, but it's not going to be tonight. Alright, what do we want next? Oh, what was it? 7 Tinder date tips? Some guy wanted that like an hour ago, just in time. It's probably already too late. He probably already missed his chance at getting laid. I'm assuming it's this one.
Kanye, my man.
Thanks, resub Lewis.
Oh, troubles with Kim again?
True chainsaw.
I'm not sure if that's something you can really fix with one message though.
I can look that up later, Rudo.
Kanye, I'm gonna call you back. I'm actually in the middle of something. I'm gonna call you back. Yo guys, this is Louis, Tinder God, and today I want to talk to you about the best possible pictures you can ever have on your Tinder profile.
I just don't fucking care. Alright, this seems boring. I'm already back in video games again. I'm really in the rabbit hole. I actually vaguely remember this story. When they were shutting down the Halo 2 servers, they couldn't do it because there was a couple players holding the servers hostage. They refused to go dark. They did not go quietly into the night. Oh, fuck yeah. Which one's the better story? Who tells the better story here? Holotide or Gaming by Gamers? I don't even know why I asked. I should have just read the title. Obviously, it's going to be Gaming by Gamers.
If you've ever wondered why you can't connect to the internet on the original Xbox, it's because they shut down the Xbox Live 1.0 servers on April 15th, 2010.
That day still lives in infamy.
They tried to. The original Xbox launched in 2001, with Xbox Live shortly releasing after in 2002. As time went on and the Xbox 360 started to become the standard, the player count on the original Xbox Live started to dwindle, and as Halo Reach was on the horizon, Xbox Live General Manager Mark Whitten announced that Xbox Live 1.0 was going to be
the
shut
screwdriver,
down.
right.
Needless to say, the community was heartbroken. Xbox Live had been around for 7 years at this point, and had been many players' first experience with online gaming. Sure, by this time,
It was so
most
good.
people had moved on to the Xbox 360, but you never really appreciate what you have until it's gone. The announcement was made in February. That gave gamers 2 months to say their final goodbyes to Xbox Live 1.0 and all those games that made the service so special. As April 15th quickly approached, Battlefront 2 and Halo 2 were filled with players wanting to relive that experience one more time before it was taken away.
God, that's
When
so
that
wholesome.
fateful day hit, thousands of players got on and relived the good old days. Matchmaking and custom games had full lobbies where everyone had a mic plugged in. It was a sad day, but filled with fond memories. And as the clock struck midnight, nothing. People were still online, and they were confused. It turned out
Prime agent.
Microsoft had changed the rules. No one else was allowed on the service, but if you were online when it got shut down, you could keep playing until you were done. So that was it. Just one rule. Don't get
I wish there was
disconnected.
still
That
a guy
means no
holding
logging in
out.
anywhere else, no
I wish someone had
disconnection,
more
and
strength.
no turning off your Xbox. For some,
We
that
could
meant
still
getting
have
to
it.
play the game for just a few more hours before having to say goodbye. But to others, it was a chance to keep this game alive. After the first day, there was over 500 people still playing Halo 2 after Microsoft had shut off the server. But the numbers slowly dwindled from 500 to 100 to 50, and finally, 14. Why 14 instead of a nicer number like 15 or 10? Well, according to Deaton, the 14th player left on Xbox Live said in a Reddit Ask Me Anything thread, "Yeah, I think there was a day or two difference between 15 and 14, which was the longest time between disconnects. There was only 14 people keeping the
God,
original Xbox
fucking
Live alive,
heroes.
and they could only play with each other. When they were all online at the same time, they would play matchmaking. If not, they would have to play in custom games, with no one to face
Wait,
but
is this them? Is this the Noble 14? Well, one guy doesn't have a name. He's anonymous. In order to avoid being hunted by the government, I suppose. Wow. Wait, no, this can't be them. Is it? I don't know. Surely they have videos from back then, right? You would think.
each other. At this point, it had been 12 days. People's Xboxes were burning out and getting ruined, so why even stay on? Every player had their own answer, but I
here they
interviewed
are.
Apache Enforcer, and he had this to say.
I wanted to play. I wanted to play with everybody. You know, especially it's not like
He still
"Oh,
sounds
we'll
mad
play
about
next
it.
Week." Well, there's no next week. To be told that no, you'll never be able to play this game again, because we're going to remove it. I didn't like that because that was a reminder of a game that kept.
He sounds fucking pissed.
Created lots of friendship from it, and it's something that I
10
wanted
years
to,
later.
play and enjoy again.
Gaming media picked up on the story, and soon the entire gaming community
Is
was
it tier
rooting
1
for
cooking?
them. They had a forum going on Bungie.net that you can still go back to today and watch as the rest of the community was cheering them on. Bungie noticed this and even gave a few of them early access.
Hell
beta
hath
codes
no
for
fury
Halo
like a
Reach.
gamer
Not that they
unplugged.
were going to take them up on that
True.
offer and get off of Halo 2, but it was a nice gesture. As bigger news publications started talking about the story, a Microsoft spokesperson came out and said this: "A small band of a committed few engaged in a battle against insurmountable odds. It's not Noble Team from Halo Reach. It's the final, passionate few who are still playing Halo 2.
That's
We
so
wish them the
cute.
best in their battle against time." They now had a name, the Noble 14. It was fitting. Halo Reach was just around the corner, and its theme was inevitability. Just like Noble Team and Halo Reach.
God, how
everyone knew
poetic.
that this was a battle
Oh my
that the
goodness.
Noble 14 couldn't win. That doesn't mean they didn't go out without fighting though. First, a week passed, then 2. The Noble 14 were thinning out fast, for a variety of reasons. Mostly power outages and internet drops. As the third week came around, there was only 2 players left. Agent Windex and Apache Enforcer. And on May 10th at 4:15
Apache.
AM, Agent Windex got booted offline.
No!
There was only one person left.
Why?
Apache Enforcer, the last person ever on Xbox Live. When Windex was
No!
booted offline, he left this message in the forum. "Good job, Apache. You're the last one." I asked Apache what he did as the last person on Xbox Live.
Play the game right up until the end. Record it. I think I planned on playing it for 15 hours.
What?
Basically an
Doing
hour
what?
for every person that played, the 14 of us. And then the extra hour for the community.
He
Oh
stayed
my
on
God,
for
that's so
22
cute.
hours after Agent Windex. Then he was booted offline too. And with that, The original Xbox Live was gone. I hope I never have to see the end of what I consider to be some of my best childhood memories, but if I do, I can only hope I can be as dedicated as these noble 14.
What a moving story. Godspeed Apache. He is still cold sweats, sleepless nights, shaking his fist mad at Windex for DCing. Just imagine, they only made it 3 weeks. I thought that shit went on for months. If it was me, you know what I'd do if I could do it over? City of Heroes. I would have held that fucking game hostage if I could have. Instead of just let it fade. I would have kept that computer running under any circumstance. A fucking flood wouldn't take it out. I'd have that shit encased in like epoxy or something, ventilated, climate controlled, make sure there's no chance of a power outage, and if there was, there'd be like 16 different ISPs all feeding into my internet for that one unit. I'd keep that shit on for life. I would have kept it on life support forever. God damn. You gotta stay committed. You know what? From now on, anytime any of you guys know about a game that's shutting down, let me know. I'm gonna hop in there and try and hold it hostage. Just for the sake of it. See how long I could get them by the balls. Who folds first, them or me? They'll have to fucking pay me to get off their server. I don't even care if it's a game I like. It could be Overwatch, I don't care. No, I mean like they're shutting down a game. Usually when a multiplayer game shuts down, that has a community, they give forewarning. Like they did with City of Heroes, like they did with Halo and all that. So whenever that comes, let me know. Like tag me in it on Twitter, and I'm hopping in. Oh, even Battleborn did that. Jump Force servers close in August. Alright, we're queuing it up. I'll start ordering the Mac Daddy computer. Jesus, what am I doing? The game will be delisted from digital storefronts and its servers will sunset. August 24th, 2022. Mark your calendars, I'm going in, and they're not shutting down when they think they are. I'm not getting off. Unless they literally just turn off the servers, because then I'll be powerless. This is also a game I played. It's trash. Why is it being taken down? Probably because it's fucking awful. It's garbage. I wish they were doing it sooner, to be honest. So it looks like it's delisting on February, but I'll still have it on my account since I own the game already. So I just need to mark my calendar for August 23rd. And hopefully this will be a situation where they're doing the same thing Microsoft did and you just can't re-access the game. But if you're already in it, you keep playing. Hopefully. I think they'll shut down the server. But can they do that with me in it? Yes. Could we ask them not to, perhaps? They don't give a fuck. Yeah, I think it was just a really unique circumstance where Microsoft made it so you just can't go back online once you're off, instead of just taking the server down instantly. Hopefully they make the same mistake with Jump Force, because I swear to God, I will hold that game hostage. I will keep a machine running at all times. I'm sure you guys saw that fucking Ethereum farmer on Twitter, that fucking bastard, who had like an entire warehouse, multiple stories of nothing but 3090s running 24/7 in order to pump Ethereum, I would do that just to hold Jump Force hostage. They're shutting down the original Titanfall servers in March. Alright, queuing up. I'm just gonna be a notorious, like, time bandit. Alright, Titanfall. The original Titanfall is now discontinued. Luckily, I still own it. Where does it say this server is going down? March 1st. Oh, wait. Oh, no, this is talking about after the hacking thing. Okay. Titanfall is unplayable though, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But maybe I can talk to the people that have hacked the entire game and just see if they'll let me hang out. Just to keep the server online. Like, they're doing it just to fuck with EA, I think. I'm kind of doing the same thing, right? I'm holding their servers hostage. Will you even remember next year? I'll keep these tabs up. I usually don't close tabs, so if it's ever a tab, it pretty much stays there forever. I still fucking Cricket's 22 story mode open, so... Halo 3, ODST, and Reach are closing on January 22nd. How is that possible? Aren't they in the MCC? Thanks for the gift, Subcog. So they're shutting down the MCC? Oh, the originals are closing down. So the OG 360 servers. So this is the exact same situation that Noble 14 was facing. It's my time to rise. I even have my fucking Master Chief helmet. I'm holding all 3 of those games hostage then. I've even got my 360. So I'll hop in. I actually just bought this like 5 months ago, or 2 months ago, so that's fresh. Let me make a tab for that. In fact, I'm just getting rid of the Titanfall one, or the, I'll just make a new one. Thanks to the Prime Roasted. Also, I just noticed this doesn't have a hard drive. Oh, yes it does. Actually, this is the built-in one, so we're good. I'll be honest, I didn't even know they still had the 360 servers up. So this one's right around the corner. January 13th. We can do this. We can fucking do this. I don't know where to set up, though. Because I'll have to have a machine running at all times. NBA 2K20 shuts down in 9 days. Oh, that's fine. They can bury that. I'm not even going to try to keep that alive. Fuck that. That whole goddamn franchise should go in the dirt. Yeah, they can keep that one. Thanks to the bits, Nobody and Blue Cow. The resub Cole. Is it possible to water cool an Xbox 360? No, which is why I'm going to have to build a climate-controlled environment, constantly pumping good juice to it, so it never overheats. I'll figure it out. Have you seen the new Court Cam? No, I haven't caught up on Court Cam in the last week, but there's probably only like 2 or 3 new episodes, so we'll still wait. Thanks to Prime Hoop and the bits Chudwig. You should get multiple systems in case one fails. True, yeah, I should sign in on multiple consoles. Thanks for the gift sub. Cooking. My story is not going to be nearly as wholesome as Noble 14. They kept the servers alive, held them hostage so they could continue to play the game they love. I'd keep them alive just because fuck you. So mine probably wouldn't be as moving, I don't think. They certainly wouldn't write a cool story about it. You write the story. Yeah, I'll win. History is written by the winner. Thanks for the bits again, Cooking. GTA 5 and Max Payne 3 servers close soon. Jesus! Every game is going away! This is why they need me. Oh, well this is... we just missed this one. Or maybe not. Yeah, no, we missed it. Damn. Thanks for the resub, Sean. This is just stat tracking. Oh! No, we missed it. Shame. They needed me, and I wasn't there. Is that what he got banned for? I didn't know that. It's fucking wild. Thanks, resub, Pavoni. Alright, let's see the screwdriver thing. Meet the man who stole 1.4 billion with a screwdriver. I mean, he looks pretty proud of himself. I would be too, to be honest. It's pretty creative.
This video is kindly sponsored by Keeps. Find out more later on. Hey, 42 here. In May of 1997, in a museum in Lucerne, Switzerland, a security guard notices something alarming. One of the museum's paintings is missing from its regular slot on the wall. This is a small museum with only a handful of guests visiting each day, and the security guard has just seen two of them, a man and a woman, walk briskly out of the front door. The guard sprints outside and catches sight of the couple getting into a car, and, sure enough, the museum's missing painting is sitting on the back seat.
That was easy, case closed.
The museum happens to be situated opposite a police station, and soon enough, the thieves are in custody. But at the subsequent trial, it's clear the man is extremely remorseful. It was he who took the painting, a spur-of-the-moment decision he deeply regrets. Since the man's criminal record is clean, he's released with a suspended sentence, serving no jail time.
Nice.
Nobody knew
Good
it
work.
at the time, but the Swiss authorities had just let the greatest art thief in history slip through their fingers. This is the remarkable story of Stefan Breitwieser, a Frenchman who stole almost $1.5 billion worth of art. To put that number into perspective,
yeah, no one to sell it to. They're not gonna launder money through him.
The three most expensive paintings ever sold at auction: Leonardo da Vinci's Salvador Mundi, $450 million. Wilhelm de Kooning's Interchange, $300 million. And Cézanne's The Card Players, $250 million. You would still need to pilfer another $500 million worth of art to surpass Stefan Breitwieser's record. The sheer volume of art Stefan stole is genuinely almost unbelievable.
Thanks,
but
give some
perhaps
res.
even more unbelievable is what he did with it all after he'd stolen it.
He ruined it for
I'm getting
fun.
ahead of myself. For now, it's probably best if I start at the beginning. And
I
like
bet
all
that
good
son of a bitch stole my socks
this one
too.
starts with cheese.
Yeah.
Sort of. I want to take a
Thanks
moment
for the
to talk
resub,
about hair
Chicago.
loss, because I've had people close to me start to lose hair as early as they're 20. Or click the link in the description to
Thanks for
receive
Prime, or the bits, Dan.
50% off your first order. In March 1995, Stefan Breitwieser was visiting Gruyères, the Swiss town that gave its name to a kind of cheese you've almost certainly enjoyed if you've ever tucked into a traditional Swiss fondue. But Stefan wasn't in town
Can't say I
for
have.
molten dairy products.
Thanks for Prime, Josh.
Along with his new girlfriend, Anne-Catherine Kleinklaus, Stefan had his heart set on seeing
Thanks for
Gruyère's
Renegade.
medieval castle, specifically its collection of exquisite art. As the couple strolled through the ancient corridors, one piece in particular caught Stefan's eye. A portrait by German painter Christian Wilhelm Dietrich. Staring at the painting, Stefan experienced one of those weird urges that we all have from time to time. A brief and intense desire to do something we really shouldn't. Something like jumping off a bridge, tripping up a passing pensioner, or
What?
stealing a painting. By the way, don't feel bad if you occasionally fancy downing an OAP. These kinds of inappropriate urges are so common, they actually have a name: cacoephes. For most people,
That's a cool
cacoephes
name.
last
Cool
a couple
name.
of milliseconds, but Stefan's lingered. So much so that he mentioned it to that new girlfriend of his. Now, I'd suggest that admitting you're tempted to commit a serious felony to your new Tinder date is usually a good way to earn yourself the in-person equivalent of a swipe left. But, to Stefan's surprise, his new girlfriend was all for it. As far as art heists go, this one wasn't the most dramatic. The castle was basically deserted. Apparently all the tourists were off eating fondue, and all Stefan had to do was remove the painting from its frame, slip the canvas into his rucksack, and walk.
Well, that's
out the
easy.
front
They were
door.
just asking for it to be stolen. He did them a favor.
But an international art crime career, the likes of which the world had never before seen, had just begun.
Thanks, Risa Binder.
Because, over the course of the following 6 years, Stefan completed a grand total of 230
Jesus Christ.
art heists at 172 galleries in at least 7 different countries. So, how on earth did he do it? I mean, art
Sounds like there's
thievery
no
isn't
security,
typically
so I know
regarded
exactly
as a
how he did it.
steady long-term career choice. Sooner or later,
Thanks for Prime
you're either
Outlaw.
going to
There's
get
some
caught
Samster.
or make so much cash that you can retire to your own private island in Micronesia. If you're picturing grand heists with
True
Ocean's
cooking.
11 style planning and huge teams of specialists, you're dead wrong. There were no carefully or orchestrated distractions, no detailed museum schematics, and no jaunts through conveniently positioned air vents. In fact, these heists weren't even committed at night. They took place during opening hours and
Yeah,
often
people
with
probably
police
just saw
and
him
security
steal.
guards in the very same room. You see, Stefan had noticed that the big galleries, the Louvres and the MoMAs of this world, have the kind of high-tech security systems
Thanks, Risa Hova.
that make Fort Knox
And Bits
look like a
Coil.
drafty henhouse. Small galleries,
Have
on the
nothing.
other hand, come with all the security of a chunk of Swiss cheese. Most rely on the general trustworthiness of their visitors, combined with an assumption, incorrect in most cases, that every painting and sculpture is bolted down and rigged up to an alarm. In short, outside of the famous few, great works of art are sometimes frighteningly easy to steal. Not trying to give you any ideas, of course. Every one of Stefan's heists was a little different, but all were almost laughably basic, pretty much involving waiting till nobody was looking, and then simply picking up whatever he fancied and walking out the front door. Paintings would be
Yep,
slipped
that
from
sounds about
frames
right.
and hidden under a loose-fitting coat, and display cases were opened with a screwdriver one twist at a time over the space of 20 minutes or so. The most high-tech
And
piece of
nobody
equipment
saw this
Stefan owned
in
was an old
172
telescopic
galleries?
radio antenna,
172
which he
galleries,
used to
no one saw him
prod
do this?
any inconveniently placed CCTV cameras into facing away from whatever it was he was about
And nobody
to
saw
steal.
this?
It's hard to believe that's all it took for Stefan to pilfer close to $1.5 billion worth of loot.
What?
But these basic tricks were so effective, he was often able to steal from the same museum multiple times in the space of just a few weeks, using rudimentary disguises to ensure staff at the museum didn't recognize him. It probably helps that God saw fit to bestow Stefan Breitwieser with one of the all-time great pair of balls. He was almost inhumanly cool under pressure, remaining calm even on the few occasions he almost got caught. I should point out that estimates as to the exact value of the artwork Stefan stole vary, but the figure most commonly quoted is the one I mentioned earlier, $1.4 billion. According to the New York Times, it might have been as much as $1.9 billion. And if that upper limit is correct,
How in
as
the
of
fuck?
2001, when this remarkable crime spree came to an abrupt end, Stefan Breitwieser, art thief, would have been amongst the top 250 richest people on the planet.
But he has no one to sell it to.
Not that you'd have known it from looking at him. In fact, to the outside world, Stefan and Anne Catherine, now his long-term girlfriend, appeared to be stone cold broke. Stefan worked sporadically as a waiter and general kitchen.
No, you can't
body,
sell the paintings.
Whilst Anne Catherine
All this
was a
shitty
nurse.
art is just used for money
was
laundering.
So short that Stefan's mother
No one's
often
gonna
helped her
launder
go
money
out
through
with
Stefan.
Food and petrol money. Was this apparent poverty some kind of front then? A Gus from Breaking Bad style cover story to hide their immense wealth from the outside world? Actually, no. Stefan and Anne Catherine appeared close to destitute because that's exactly what they were. Despite having stolen well over $1 billion worth of fine art,
How did they
the
not
pair
catch him
hardly
by
had
seeing
2
who pushed the
cents to
camera?
rub together.
That's what I want to know.
And not because they'd blown their riches on boats and hoes either. And here we come to what may just be the most remarkable part of this whole mad
He just
story.
hung it all up.
Because, despite having taken enormous risks to steal hundreds of treasures of almost unimaginable value, Stefan Breitwieser never sold a single one of them. Not one. And the reason why is kind of hilarious. Stefan didn't become the world's greatest art thief to get rich quick. He did so because he loved art. Instead of selling the pieces he stole, he kept them in the apartment he shared with Anne Catherine, simply to have the pleasure of owning and admiring them.
Just print it out
Incidentally,
on
the apartment
Google.
in question was in the attic of Stefan's mother's house in the
What the
city
fuck is
of
the point?
Mulhouse, France. The couple were so poor they couldn't afford to rent. And yet, hanging on their shabby walls, strewn across side tables, and piled up in corners, was over $1 billion worth of fine art. A collection that would have put many of the world's galleries to shame. Stefan was a remarkably successful thief, but it was this unique desire to own the pieces he stole rather than sell them that allowed him to operate for so long. You see, plenty of art thieves are able
I
to
guess
successfully
cooking,
escape
true.
the scenes of their crimes with their swag intact, but selling a world-famous piece of art
It's
is
impossible.
a seriously tricky business.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna
You
happen.
can't just set up an eBay listing and watch the £1 million bids roll in. The market for this kind of thing is tiny, and in order to access that, you're probably going to need to make friends with some very dangerous people to help you get the word out. But getting the word out about your recent highly illegal art theft is arguably riskier than the stealing part was in the first place. Which is why it's at this stage of the process, the sale, that many art thieves are ultimately caught and brought to justice. Since Stefan never put a single piece of art up for sale, he remained essentially invisible to the police. If they didn't catch him in the act of stealing, they weren't going to
Or
catch
steal
him.
or catch him in the act of
Particulars
pushing a
Stefan's
camera
crime
away
spree
while
were
on
so
camera.
unusual that the police had basically no idea who or what they were dealing with. I mean, look at it from their perspective. An incredible volume of art was being lifted from museums all across Europe, The robberies always happened in daylight, and yet the thieves were never caught. Not to mention the fact that there was complete radio silence from the black market, and none of those pieces taken were ever seen again. Their best guess was that some kind of highly professional international cartel was behind the crimes.
Far more
But
embarrassing.
in reality, they were utterly stumped. If Stefan had been content with a more modest collection, you know, just $1 billion worth or something like that, he might never have been caught. But it was his own insatiable appetite that eventually brought about his downfall. Stefan simply couldn't stop, and it was only a matter of time before something went wrong.
Someone opened their
The item
eyes.
that eventually ended his reign of art-based terror was, of all things, a bugle. At the start of this video, I mentioned that Stefan had been caught stealing a painting in Lucerne back in 1997. He'd gotten away with little more than a slap on the wrist at the time, but during the process of being booked, he'd had his fingerprints taken. From that moment on, he'd been careful to wear gloves during his thefts, to ensure he never left behind any prints that could be matched to his earlier arrest. But while stealing the bugle, Stefan had forgotten to don the latex gloves he'd brought with him. If the police happened to dust the bugle's display cabinet for prints, the game would be up. Oh, and by the way, just to make things even spicier, this bugle happened to be located in the Richard Wagner Museum in, of all places, Lucerne. The very same city he'd been caught
Aww.
the first time.
Stefan.
I told you this man had balls of legend. 2 days later, Stefan went back to the museum to try and cover his tracks. The bugle job had been one of his rare solo missions. So it was decided that Anne-Catherine should be the one to erase the prints.
Jesus Christ.
But this was a risky job, and Stefan decided to travel with her for a bit of moral support. As
This guy's
Anne-Catherine entered the
outrageously
museum,
dumb. It's
Stefan
crazy.
took a walk around the grounds to distract himself from worrying. Unfortunately for him, he was recognized by a man who'd seen him at the museum on the day of the theft. The police were called, and Stefan soon found himself being arrested for a second time. To begin with, he wasn't unduly concerned. After all, he'd been caught before and gotten away with it. All he had to do was convince the police he was a remorseful first offender, just like he had the last
Nice
time.
Recep Toad.
And at first, that little ruse seemed to be effective. But then, something changed. The officers holding Stefan stopped engaging with him, and the sympathy his remorseful idiot routine had earned him evaporated overnight. Stefan started to fear the worst, and with good reason. Someone in the department had uncovered the report from the previous theft in Lucerne, and as a result, the police were no longer viewing him as an opportunist who'd snapped the bugle on impulse, but as a potential serial
The
art
dumbest thief of all
A few
time.
weeks after the arrest, Swiss police secured an international search warrant, allowing them to enter Stefan's attic apartment in Mulhouse. You know, the one containing $1.5 billion worth of stolen art. It's safe to say that as the team of officers arrived to carry out the search, none of them were prepared for what they would find inside Stefan's modest home. Which was nothing. No works of art lining the walls, no antiques, no priceless jewelry, not even a bugle.
No, I haven't read
Just
anything or
a
watched
bare
anything on it
attic
yet.
apartment, much like
Chat
any
mentioned it
other.
once though.
Wait, what? On witnessing her boyfriend being apprehended by the police at the Wagner Museum in Lucerne, Anne-Catherine had immediately realised the dangers and sprung into action, driving back home and alerting the one person every man can rely on when shit really hits the fan: his mother. And Mrs. Brightweiser had outdone herself. Over the course of several days, she'd gathered up every single piece of art her son had ever stolen, packed it all up into her car, and gotten it the hell out of there. Anything that sank ended up in a nearby
No!
canal. And the paintings, those centuries-old priceless works of art, were burnt to ashes.
Holy
as
shit.
part of what may very well have been the most expensive private bonfire in history. The last few odds and ends
That's
were unceremoniously dumped in a nearby forest. Had the Rhone-Rhine Canal been just a little deeper, Stefan Breitwieser might once again have slipped through the fingers of the justice system. But it wasn't to be. Hikers spotted a curious twinkle from the depths of the canal about a week after the haul had been dumped. And the rest is history.
That's fucking
Police
crazy.
frogmen were called in to dredge the waterway, and close to 100 treasures from Stefan's mighty hoard were fished out and catalogued. Of course, at this point, the authorities had no idea how all that stuff had actually ended up in the canal. But one of the officers holding Stefan in Switzerland got wind of the find, and on a whim, decided to see if he could link the treasures to his bugle thief. After all, they'd been found not too far from his home city. During an interrogation, the officers showed Stefan a picture of one of the artifacts recovered from the canal. Stefan had no idea what his mother had been up to since his arrest, and so, on seeing an image of one of his most prized possessions in the hands of the police, he reached the obvious conclusion: they'd searched his apartment and found his hoard. The game was up. Stefan promptly confessed to having stolen the piece, matter-of-factly explaining when and where he'd taken it. The officer was absolutely delighted.
Well, I imagine he
This
would
whole
be. That's
idea
big.
was a long shot, but he'd hit the jackpot first time. When the next image he produced got the same result, an immediate, detailed confession from Stefan, the officer could hardly believe his luck. What followed over the next couple of hours was one of the most unusual scenes ever played out in a police interrogation room. Stefan was shown image after image of rare and expensive artwork stolen from all around Europe, and he confessed to having stolen every single piece. Never in their wildest dreams had the Swiss police thought that this one man could have possibly taken everything they dredged out of the canal.
Well, why are they believing him? He could be
all
covering
on
for
his
the other
own.
people.
And yet, quite clearly, he had. So, what punishment does a man receive for
Reset dog.
stealing over $1 billion worth of art? Hands chopped off at the wrists, tongue drawn and quartered, guillotine to the face? No, just 3 years in prison.
What?
Stefan only served a little over 2 of those. His mother, for her part in disposing of the art, served just 18 months. And Catherine, hinting that she too had been gifted with a fairly weighty set of metaphorical balls, denied having any involvement in the thefts whatsoever. In fact, she claimed to have
Thank you,
had
some
no
queso.
idea Stefan was even an art thief. The court probably wouldn't have bought it, but it seems Stefan was happy to take the bullet for his girlfriend, because he confirmed every word that came out of her mouth. Anne Catherine was sentenced to 6 months for receiving stolen goods, but she only spent a single night behind bars.
Oh my god.
Our story doesn't end quite there either, because it turns out
What?
prison did absolutely nothing to reform Stefan Breitwieser. In 2011, police found more than 30 works of art stashed in his house. Stolen, naturally.
Just
He
sell
was
it,
sentenced to
Stefan.
over 3 years behind bars.
Jesus.
And in 2019, he was arrested once again for trying to sell a paperweight stolen from a museum in San Luis on eBay.
Thank you. At least you tried to
I
sell
know,
it this
he got
time.
sloppy. But hey, sloppy or not, Stefan Breitwieser remains quite possibly the greatest art thief to have ever.
No, he's more the dumbest thief to ever exist, I would say.
Do you really?
He just chose the right target. Like, he's perhaps one of the dumbest thieves I've ever heard of. He just went to the right places. All he did was take the fucking art off of the wall when no one was looking at him. That's like something you do as a child when you take a cookie out of the jar when your mom leaves the room. Thanks to the Prime. Josh in Tier 1 Matrix. And give some Kool-Aid. No one else thought of it like he did? Yeah, because it's so stupid. But I guess, to be fair, if you've ever been to an art museum, I've only been to one. Like, one actual one. I went to the Salvador Dali Museum when I was a kid. There's no security. There is only cameras. And his strategy was just push the camera. And I guess they just never checked the cameras to see if it got pushed. So I guess just by pushing it and then waiting, you could just take anything from any art museum ever. Steal a painting? I kind of want to now. It seems like it's like no punishment. That was pretty interesting. Probably not in America. Well, true, yeah, probably not in America. You can go to jail for like 10 years if you steal something that costs $500 from like a gas station. Exit Prime cups. No new slapping yet. He would love NFTs. Yeah, he's still like trapped in this archaic way of stealing art. He really should just steal NFTs at this point. It'd save him a lot of trouble. And there's no consequence. Exit tier 1 sarcastic. The first virtual art thief? Well, he certainly wouldn't be the first. Most NFTs that are getting sold are stolen from like artists. Especially DeviantArt. DeviantArt's got a big problem now with people taking their art and selling it as NFTs. Because anyone can mint anything. So most of it's just stolen art. Godslap NFT win. Unironically, a great fucking idea. Just called Godslap an NFT. And then you get those fucking dumb brainwashed idiots that praise things like the Red Ape family and just spend millions on it for no reason just because it says it's an NFT. So I'll just put like every issue as an NFT or something and let them fucking toss money at me for no reason. Exit tier 1 Sin. Oh yeah, there's plenty of NFTs that use me. And every streamer. Every streamer ever on Twitch, no matter how big or small, they have an NFT right now that they haven't sanctioned. It's just everyone's trying everything to make as much money as possible through NFTs from these fucking dumb idiots. I know about like 20 of mine. People just keep making the worst ones. One of those big ape themed ones just disappeared from the internet with almost 3 mil. Which one? Easy tier 1 gluten-free milk. I didn't hear about that one. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm getting tired. Alright, thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot, so thank you for subbing. I appreciate the generosity. Thanks for the resub key. Hope you all have a great rest of your night. I'll throw you to Otashi. He's playing one of my favorite games, Neo. Neo is so fucking good. Alright, I'll toss you over there. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks again. See ya.